scans which showed that their brain had shrunk significantly. They then implanted capsules that released NGF into the patient's bodies. And after 12 months, they had the patients take an MRI again. What they found amazed them. They found that NGF was able to block and significantly slow down the brain shrinkage. Now, there's a simple way to. You wouldn't want to constantly go to the hospital and have a capsule implanted on you. That's why scientists were hoping to find an easier way to boost NGF levels. So they pored over the medical literature and examined hundreds of nutrients that are known to support brain health. And after carefully analyzing all the nutrients, they shortlisted 33 that looked the most promising. They then tested these nutrients against each other, and they found one nutrient that stood head and shoulders above the others at raising NGF levels. What is this nutrient? It's an supercharges your mental performance by 44%. Imagine you were given a memory test of 100 questions. You only got 56 right. But then you took a, quote, smart pill and took the test again. Your score? Perfect 100. Sounds unbelievable? I know. But believe it or not, that's exactly what happened in an Italian study. In that study, people, they met for the first time. proven brain nutrients. If advanced memory formula had only these nutrients, it'd be one of the best supplements around. But to make advanced memory formula
Guitarist of the Year for Hartford Country for U.S.
Tullen, T-U-L.
Welcome everyone to the second night of Passover. Welcome to the house, and thank you for joining us for Passover Seder. I don't have a lot to say other than it's wonderful to have a big full table, so thank you. And Jack has put in a huge amount of work on preparing the ceremony, and Rona has done a huge amount of work on preparing all the food.
Well, no, Tom.
All I did was shop for beverages and pour a few, so so I'm not going to take any credit for anything that happens afterwards.
Does that mean you're gonna do the blessing? The first wine.
No, Jack does.
Thank you for hosting.
Yes, thank you so
Thank you very much. I like that.
Thank you,
Something Greenberg, I forget his first name, doing Spirit in the Sky.
Yeah, I was going to ask, is there any kind of a coincidence to that being the song up there?
Well, a Jew wrote and sang it, so
Okay.
he celebrated Passover, but he's singing Spirit in the Sky, so I guess.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
Oh, what timing?
Perfect timing.
All right, here we go.
I can wait.
There once was a time in Egypt land, the Jews were slaves in the desert land. Cried out for an outstretched hand, don't let my people go.
Soon may our freedom come to bring us liberty, peace, and fun. One day when the Pharaoh's outdone, he'll let my people go.
Brave Moses with his shepherd's rod had heard the mighty voice of God. It said, tell Pharaoh clear and strong to let my people go.
Soon may our freedom come to bring us liberty, peace, and fun. One day when the Pharaoh's outdone, he'll let my people go. Oh, what shall we do with the middle matzah? What shall we do with the middle matzah? What shall we do with the middle matzah? Early in the Seder. Way, way, the Afikoman, hide away is the Afikoman, hide away is the Afikoman, early in the Seder. Oy vey, let's get some prizes, oy vey, let's get some prizes, oy vey, let's get some prizes, early in the Seder. Soon may our freedom come to bring us liberty, peace, and fun. One day when the Pharaoh's outdone, he'll let my people go.
Now Pharaoh's heart was not appeased, no Hebrew slave shall ever go free. But Moses said, let's wait and see, the plagues began to grow.
Soon may our freedom come to bring us liberty, peace, and fun. One day when the Pharaoh's outdone, he'll let my people go. Oh,
just swing to the left and turn.
You're looking silent.
Egypt, God's with the sea and we want the cross with no need for a ship.
I used to know get to that. There's songs and questions for just when you think it's almost done. There's 3 hours. There's 3 hours more.
For Pharaoh sent men after us, their lives would soon be lost. And we spill wine drops from our cups, cause freedom had a cost. Cause freedom had a cost. So every year we celebrate our freedom with a smile. With Moses and Ramses too. Yochebed, Levi, the Pharaoh's daughter, and Aaron and Miriam on the Egyptian Nile. Hey lads, the Seder has come with questions asked by the youngest one. We'll sing and have some fun for wonders long ago.
Egyptian firstborn sons were lost, the sea of reeds we firmly crossed. They followed Huts was at great cost,
They all were dragged below. Hey lads, the Seder is come. We told our tale of redemption. The Shana Haba Yerushalayim. Seder's done. We told our tale of redemption. Shana Haba Yerushalayim.
Welcome.
I like the sunflower.
Yes, we are. So,
Sure you
Who's
will.
idea?
Just observe it.
that was 6:13.
6:13, that's what I thought.
Who's that?
6:13. The,
Love them.
oh yeah.
The she sent to
Awesome.
you, so wandering around.
Yeah, I think that's the email that we got about with that Billy Joel Passover thing is also 6:13.
Don't spoil anything.
Oh, okay, oh, okay. All right.
But yeah, welcome to our second Seder.
Thank you.
In case you don't know, if you're on the live stream, which I'm checking nobody is right now, I'm Jack Nierenberg, our Seder Master. This is my 6th year doing this. And,
In a row?
In a row.
Oh yeah, in a row too.
Yeah, we did it last year online.
We did. And the year before that.
Right, that's right.
And the year before that one. And the year before that. And the year before that.
Actually,
I think I've been to all your performances.
I think so.
Yeah.
Something like that. But yeah, welcome. So, as you can tell right here, to start the Seder off, we have 2 candles on the main table.
Oh,
And,
do you want to do the thing that Ben talked about? That I told you about just before we start?
Absolutely, thanks for reminding me.
So this guy, Ben, at Labshul, said that he used to go to this Seder that was led by his friend Emily. And since we're supposed to imagine that we are slaves in Egypt, and we're imagining ourselves going through the whole thing, at the start of the Seder, they would turn to the people next to them and say, "Hey, I'm about to leave Egypt. Want to come?" And that's what the invitation is, because it took the whole group doing it to support each other to be able to actually leave. So the idea is for us to start right at the onset, getting into the spirit of we're slaves, let's go. So we thought it could be neat to just turn to each other and invite each other to leave
Yeah.
Egypt.
Do it.
Ready to go? Ready to go? Ready to go?
How about you?
Come on, let's go. Go.
That's the
Let's steal everything and get it down. Hey, it's payback.
You just smite it and then you won't come.
Oh, yeah.
That's all we need.
My friend described it.
And we can switch seats for dessert. We can give you guys a chance to leave.
Oh, yeah.
Lucy, are you ready?
This one's too bendy.
Oh, yeah.
No, but we need to let the bread rise.
And we're off.
Good one. Well done.
So with that, who wants to do the honors to light the candles for this
How about our hostess?
special holiday? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. These did match, but the second one didn't have a wick. They sent me a candle without a wick.
It's okay.
That's interesting. Are you sure the wick is not there?
I got into it. There's no wick.
A wick could be.
That's all right. We'll just use this one. May I have that blue?
I think it's a Bluetooth candle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's a white wick on that one. But actually, I have no idea.
Yeah, no, but the other one just had no wick. So there's some-
They were lit before.
all right.
You want to try?
Well, it's just this one's gonna be study.
Do we say it after you light, or?
I like the difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, I meant it. That's what I meant. I meant it this way. All right, ready? Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kidshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu lahadlik ner shel Yom Tov. We did the old melody.
On this special night, we savor the blessing of light by lighting our very own Passover candles for the holiday. So let's get started. So as you can see here, this is the traditional order of the Seder, but really, who knows what this means? Well, our very great friend, who I don't know either, Kelly Richard, has translated for us into the 30-second Seder. So who wants to go ahead and read this?
Luca, would you?
No.
No? You would not?
It wasn't a question. She's being polite, so I really.
Yeah, I was asking you to read it.
Alright.
With you,
I'm
go around the table.
30-second Seder by Kelly and Z. Richard, adapted from the Seder. We were slaves in Egypt. Now we are free. Let's have a Seder. Let's drink some wine. why is this night different? Why is this child different? 10 plagues on the Egyptians. Enough already. Dayenu. Drink wine again. What's on the Seder plate? Eggs, herbs, bone, greens, charts,
Haroset.
haroset, orange, matzah, maror, I said it pronounced.
You're doing good.
Paleos, sandwich. Let's eat. Rinse it off the Coleman. It's one of those two.
Where's the African?
Keep going.
I don't know either.
Thanks for the food. Drink some more wine. Open the door for Elijah. Drink some wine. Last one. Thanking and singing next year in Jerusalem.
That's it. We can go home.
Awesome.
Done.
And before you know it, we have found out that Kelly Richard has created an even shorter version of this. The 15-second Seder.
Mateo.
Mateo.
15 seconds.
Sure.
You got this.
We were slaves, now free. Seder, wine. Why is it this night? Why is this child? Plagues, Ainu, wine. Seder plate, stuff. Matzah, maror, haros. Let's eat. Coleman, wine. Elijah, wine. Singing next year in Jerusalem. Well,
Yep.
All right.
So that's what we're in for tonight.
That is exactly what we're in for. So, pretty much we did the first step with the video. We're slaves, now free. Seder, and now it's time for the wine, Kadesh, as it is traditionally called. So, in case you don't know, which you don't, this will be the first of our 4 cups of wine that we will be consuming tonight.
I'm glad I'm not driving.
And, well, who knows what will happen when we get to Haggadah. So. All right. So, yeah, let's all do this together.
Okay.
Oh wait, I don't have wine.
Oh.
Here.
I have enough.
Amen. On this special night, we raise this cup of blessing and savor the sweet taste of transformation from vines to wines. Amen.
That's the only blessing that I know. Glory to God.
Well, don't worry.
It's a good one.
Yes, it is. And that's just the start of it.
That's the
Nice.
best one to know.
Drink up.
And I know it's not the first night, but let's say it anyway together.
What's that?
The Shehecheyanu.
Oh, I can't see it.
Sure. 'Cause
Sure, why not? I'm so grateful that we're all able to do this, and this is our first in-person Seder since 2019.
Yeah.
Right, that's what should happen.
Let's raise your glass to that.
Yeah, we should.
Wow.
I know, right?
We're not going to sing the song. We're just going to say
All
that.
right.
Let's do the Shehecheyanu.
Let's do it. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, Shehecheyanu imanu v'higiyanu. On this special night, we pause with gratitude for the journeys that have brought all of us here and now. Amen.
Amen.
And with that, it is now
The
time
Ubers
for
that brought us.
oh, yeah.
We're hot.
Orchatz, which is when we ritually wash our hands without reciting the blessing. And if you're wondering, we're not doing the blessing? Don't worry, we're going to do another one later, and we will do the blessing. So, so
Why
let's.
are blueberries coming out of the faucet?
All right, we got our representative.
She's coming. She's coming.
I think
And
it's
you get
soft.
to
Now it's blueberry.
I didn't do 20 seconds.
Oh, you did it for him. Oh, I thought you did it for him.
All of us.
Baby dog.
Thank you.
Done.
All right. Awesome. So we did that.
Thanks you.
Yes, we do. All of us here and all of us over there.
That's far away.
Over by over here.
And at this point, it is time for Yahatz, which is where we
That kappas?
actually, no, I'm on the wrong page.
Yes.
Yes, it is time for karpas, where we take a green leafy vegetable. We have some parsley over here, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, we've got bowl
Do we have it?
plates.
Yeah, we have
go.
That's not, that's the actual
Actually,
Seder plate.
Yeah, we've got a couple of these. That's okay. No, you're fine.
You know, there's tons of it here. Let's
Here.
just take some from here.
Pass it. No, you can pass it around.
Oh yeah, we got more. We're good.
There's a plate in front of Luca
We
too.
are getting more.
Of would you take a green vegetable, honey, and pass the plate around?
Yes, we do need salt water
Yeah,
too.
just
We're all good on this one.
There's salt water in the crystal. There's a salt water here and a salt water right in front of Dad.
Okay.
We're gonna pass around.
Oh, that's right.
Okay,
They
great.
have, we're good.
Dip yours in and pass it.
All right.
Okay.
Good.
It's
Here, dip.
we're dipping it
Dip
in
and
the
pass,
ears
dip and
because you
pass.
got rejected food in the school.
Yes, Karen.
Thank you.
Honey, dip.
All right. And
Did
the
you get
blessing?
salt water over there?
George.
Yes, thank you.
Did you get the
Just
salt
use
water?
it to the instructions.
Everybody
Okay.
The salt water's gonna
Still,
come back.
Rob, this salt water.
Oh, we need salt water here.
We got it, here you go.
We're going. But as we do it,
need salt water?
the blessing is as follows.
Sorry.
Okay.
Was it?
Did it break?
Good.
It's
Bro,
okay.
are you okay?
Yeah, that's why we're black.
Was that
That's okay. It's a very
Good
black
thinking.
table.
I made that mistake of wearing anything other than black. But as we, but the blessing is as follows. Let's all say it together. Baruch atah Eloheinu borei Adonai. On this special night, we are grateful for all the earth brings forth, and let's eat our parsley.
Ooh, that's salty.
Oh wow!
Oh, wow.
How you doing?
If you have bad breath, it's really good for you.
That's great to know. And now it is finally time for Yap Hatzers, which is where we take the middle matzah. I'm probably not going to be able to reach, so
This one here?
yeah, I'm going to grab that.
Oh, ouch, ouch.
And pretty much everything I'm doing is summed up on the screen.
Couple drips on
Here you go. So,
Here, put it right here for a minute.
yeah, let's do
I'll
this.
just put me on it.
I got this.
This much.
It's a beautiful month.
Look at that, because
It
we
is.
have another.
No, no,
That's
take
it,
it
that's
easy.
not second.
It really is.
Thank you.
So yeah, basically what I'm doing for those of you in TV land, I'm taking the middle matzah and I'm breaking it into two pieces. There
Why?
we go. Why are we doing this? So,
Oh, I would keep an eye on
what do you think? Why are we doing
Keep your eyes
this?
on it, guys.
Why are we doing this?
Mateo, what's gonna happen with that?
Gotta be going.
Someone's
You
gonna.
bet it is. Who wants to lead it? Because I probably can't get out.
I love matzah.
Oh, who's breaking the matzah,
I
guys?
just broke the matzah.
All right, who's
matzah's
taking the
broken.
matzah?
I guess you
You don't
are.
want to be in charge of finding it and finding it, or maybe you do.
Keep your eye on Rona.
Yeah, you don't want to.
Or not.
She knows the best hiding places.
I do, because
All
I
right,
live
so
here.
Right, she's hiding
yeah, mine's on me. Who cares?
It's okay.
Is everything all right? I think there's some on the floor, right under the
Where's your,
chair.
right back here?
Okay.
Oh, you hit it?
No.
Oh,
You're
yeah, you
gonna
have
find
to
it
wrap
when
it.
they least
I do.
expect it.
I know.
Okay.
Okay.
All
All
right.
right, baby, I'm not gonna keep petting you, I'm sorry. I'm doing it. I see you resist, I
Okay,
can't
yeah.
resist.
No, they're on for a reason.
Yeah, just, you hit it?
What? No, I'm not hiding it now.
Oh, you're
hiding it.
Oh,
Yep,
I
I'm
see.
gonna
Okay,
write it
great.
when they
Not
least expect
necessarily
it.
as focused on it.
All right.
Exactly. Exactly.
Even better. And now we made it to the bulk of the Seder, the Magid, which
Leave it. That's covered.
Magid literally translates to telling of the story, and we're going to open that telling of the story that you heard in the
When are you gonna
acapella.
have me read
Later on. I'll let you know.
Not before that?
Not yet, after the fork opens.
Oh, after the fourth.
I got a head rush right
All right, so we're going to start the Magid with this
This is
very important invitation. And as you can see there, the what looks like Hebrew on the left is not actually Hebrew. It is actually Aramaic, because that is what everyone spoke back when this was written. And
Well, why did it matter to write it?
that's what I'm going to get to.
Because the rest of that is in Hebrew.
Yeah.
No, I
It's
need
none
that.
of the dots.
Why does it matter?
Okay.
It matters because, as you can see, that we also translated it to English, and that is pretty much what we're supposed to do with this, so that all can understand what we're saying,
Yeah.
Why?
as this is
But
especially
why?
I'm not
important.
that good at Hebrew.
Yeah, but why do we need to understand this
I know
particular
that-
thing?
Most of the alphabet.
What's up with that?
Why is
Well,
it
why don't
really
we read it
important
and
for
find out?
everyone? Maybe people who don't speak Hebrew. Who doesn't speak Hebrew? People who maybe aren't, but also,
I
It's a
know
way to open it up to people
most
who
of
maybe
the
aren't
letters.
Jewish, right?
I know most of the letters.
So who maybe we're inviting, who are we inviting potentially?
Other people?
Right? Other people who might not already have a Seder, maybe people who aren't Jewish, people who have nowhere to go. So you want to put it in the most common language possible so it can reach and be accessible to as many people. And that back then was Aramaic, and here in the United States today, we're doing it in English. You know, I saw something neat in the language this year that I hadn't seen before, which is, it says, this is the bread of the poor that our ancestors ate in Egypt. So we all, especially since we're supposed to imagine ourselves in Egypt, we were all poor. We were all poor, we were all slaves. And the thing in that is that now it says, and if you're poor now, all right, you're poor now. Come and be with, come and have a place to be. And what I hear in that is that it's saying, don't think people who are poor are like different than you in some way. They're still poor, you were poor, but you're luckily not poor now. But that's the only difference. So it's really saying, like, don't forget we were all poor. So that's why it's so important that we just treat the poor among us as just us. And bring them in and help them out.
And one more thing added to that it's not necessarily just for Jewish people. You are to open your doors for anyone who needs to eat and be welcomed.
Exactly. So let's all, if whoever's close to the masa, Laura, do you mind just raising the tray?
I'm happy to.
And let's all say this together.
All right.
All right.
In Hebrew or in Aramaic or
In
English?
English.
In English. Here we go.
All right.
This
is the bread of the poor that our ancestors ate in Egypt.
All
who are hungry, come and eat. All who are in need, come and celebrate Passover with us. This year we're here, next year in the land of Israel. This year we're slaves, next year we'll be free.
Israel.
Thank you.
You guys used to sing it. Do you want to sing it?
Well, let's get this. It's time for the 4 questions.
Okay. Asked in sarcasm with big eye rolls. You ready, Mateo? Is it Mateo's turn? Yeah.
You got this.
Okay, you can do
You
it
did
in
not
Hebrew.
practice. My
You could
mom
do
just
it.
wrote this with a magic marker right here.
Oh, get
So-
this. You got that.
We got really busy and forgot to practice. Oh, that's okay,
Is
but
this
you
the
don't have to
second
do,
sheet?
you can do. They might be in a slightly different order than they're supposed to. Do you want to do a little bit of the Hebrew and then go to the?
No, he's
No,
good.
no, he's good.
No,
All right,
he's
go
good.
for it.
I remember.
But you do have to stand up.
Yeah, he remembers.
Oh, I have to stand up?
Yeah.
Too long.
And if
You
you
wanna
have
stand up on
questions,
here?
just tap it.
I'm not taking my eyes off of
Stand where you are. Get yourself comfortable.
I can see it.
Ready?
Do I start
Okay, go ahead, baby.
מה נשתנה הלילה הזה מכל הלילות, מכל הלילות, שבכל הלילות אנו אוכלים חמץ ומצה, חמץ ומצה, הלילה הזה, הלילה הזה. מצה,
הלילה הזה, הלילה הזה, מוזו מצה.
שבכל הלילות אנו אוכלים שיער ירקות, שיער ירקות. הלילה הזה, הלילה הזה, מרור, מרור.
הלילה הזה, הלילה הזה, מרור, מרור.
שבכל הלילות אנו מתפללים, אפילו פעם אחת, אפילו פעם אחת. הלילה הזה, הלילה הזה, שיתתי ימין. הלילה הזה, הלילה הזה, שיתתי ימין. שבכל הלילות אנו נופלים, בין יושבים ומזלים, בין יושבים ומסובים. הלילה הזה, הלילה הזה, כולנו יסובים. הלילה הזה, הלילה הזה, כולנו יסובים.
stab at what was up there.
Whoa.
Whoops.
You have to ask it in sarcasm and big eye rolls. Ready?
Oh.
The question,
Oh.
like, seriously?
How?
Seriously?
Like, seriously, why is the night so different from all of the other nights? There's nights! Like, a knight in shining armor night? Go on. Go on. Like, seriously, why is it?
I wouldn't send a knight on a dog like this.
Are you kidding me? That, like, on all other nights, every single night, all of the time, we either leavened, I don't know how to pronounce it. Leavened bread or matzah. No, we don't. But if that's like what you want to believe, then fine. Wait, that was weird.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Fine,
Go
go ahead.
ahead. Good. But on this night, we eat only matzah plus a bunch of other stuff that's mostly disgusting, like the eggs and the.
Yeah. Embellish. Go for it.
Like, seriously, why? Are you joking? Is this, what is that on all other nights? We eat all kinds of vegetables. Yeah, right. In your parents' dreams. But on this night, we eat bitter herbs, and it's super hot, like wasabi or something. It's not.
I almost feel like Gilbert Gottfried should be like saying
May you rest in peace.
Like, seriously.
No kidding.
Why is it on all other nights we do not dip even once, our food of course, even once, except when we are eating french fries and ketchup or any other zillion situations. But on this night, we dip them twice, like we're robots or something, like, you know, like one for good luck. Like, seriously, why is it that on all other nights we dine either sitting upright or reclining, which is so not true, because when you slouch, you get like so mad at us, so mad. But yeah, sure, if that's what you want to believe, just go ahead. I'm fine. And so on this night, we all like just recline, even though I'm reading this sitting straight up, and you are all sitting there just reclining, like none of you are reclining.
Awesome.
Yeah, somebody was writing with you in mind.
That's what we thought. That's exactly what we thought.
I know, right? But those are the 4 questions, pretty much, summed up. And that brings us to the 4 children. Like, how many 4s are there in this Seder?
4s.
So the Torah speaks of 4 types of children. 1 is wise, 1 is wicked, we'll get to that. 1 is simple, and 1 does not know how to ask. So, Lori, you want to do the wise one?
Sure. Mahi Omeret. The wise one asks, what is the meaning of the laws and traditions our people have stated? That's in Deuteronomy 6:20. That's a book of the Torah.
I paraphrase.
You should teach this child all the traditions of Passover in detail.
And now for the wicked one, Russia.
Not you alive.
You want?
Yeah. Rashal Mahu Omeret?
Yes.
The wicked one asks, what does this ritual mean to you? Exodus 12:26. Tradition says that by using the expression to you, this child steps out of her, his, their culture. Harshly say to this child, it is because of how I was redeemed from slavery in Egypt. You're saying I and not we because by excluding him, her, their self from his, her, their culture, this child would not have been freed from Egypt.
You want to do one more there?
Oh.
Yeah, there's more.
You're so wicked, all right? Just get to it.
Do I have to act like it too? This is one of the oldest entries in Haggadah, and we think it's outdated. Progressive Jews believe in examining the whys behind our traditions and updating those that need it. We believe that this child is not wicked at all, but was questioning the wise, so that she, he, they could keep Judaism relevant to him, her, them. Like those of us who put oranges on our Seder plates, because we now understand that women should be able to do the same things that men can do.
Absolutely.
Awesome. All right. Why don't you read the simple one?
This does not reflect our expectations.
No. The simple one, I'm not going to try and butcher the language and number. The simple one asks, what is all this? You should give this kid a simple answer that he, she, they can understand.
Like that one. And I'll take the last one. As for the one who does not know how to ask, you should open the discussion for that child as it is written. And you shall explain to your child on that day, it is because of how I was redeemed from slavery in Egypt. Which is interesting, because that sounds a lot like the Wicked Child response.
It's all about tone of voice.
Oh yeah.
That's
Maybe we
why
put emojis
you
in
need
there.
emojis, exactly.
Yes, we do.
We need emojis when
Oh,
we're
yeah.
talking. We need to pop over our heads.
So does that give us any understanding of the story at all?
For our children, not really. It just tells us something about, it's a little more meta. It's about the telling of the story, but not the story itself.
Exactly, which is why we're actually going to tell it right now. But before we tell the story, Omi here has something to share.
Okay. So I found this article by Lord Rabbi Jonathan Sachs, who was the chief rabbi of the United Kingdom. It's a little bit longer than I anticipated, and it also deals with the Dalai Lama. I don't know how to pronounce it properly. Dalai Lama. The Dalai Lama. And I'm also having a little trouble seeing the pages right now because my eyes are fuzzy. All right. And this is in the voice of the rabbi. So when I say I, it's him
Rabbi
speaking.
Sachs.
Right. Sometimes others know us better than we know ourselves. In the year 2000, a British Jewish Research Institute came up with a proposal that Jews in Britain be redefined as an ethnic group and not as a religious community. Something to think about also. It was a non-Jewish journalist, Andrew Marr, who stated what should have been obvious. He said, all this is shallow water, and the further you wade in, the shallower it gets. It is what he wrote next that I found inspirational. The Jews have always had stories for the rest of us. They have had their Bible, one of the great imaginative works of the human spirit. They have been victims of the worst modernity can do, a mirror for Western madness. Above all, they have had the story of their culture and genetic survival from Roman Empire to the 2000s, weaving and thriving amid uncomprehending hostile European tribes. The Jews have always had stories for the rest of us. I love that testimony. And indeed, from early on, storytelling has been central to the Jewish tradition. Every culture has its stories. The late Elie Wiesel once said, God created man because God loves stories. Almost certainly, the tradition goes back to the days when our ancestors were hunter-gatherers telling stories around the campfire at night. We are the storytelling animal. But what is truly remarkable is the way in which, on the brink of the Exodus, Moses 3 times tells the Israelites how they should tell the story to their children in future generations. So the first way is, when your children ask you, what does this ceremony mean to us? Tell them, it is the Passover sacrifice to the Lord, who passed over the houses of the Israelites in Egypt and spared our homes when he struck down the Egyptians, from the book of Exodus. Number 2, on the day on that day, tell your child, I do this because of what the Lord did for me when I came out of Egypt. Exodus 13. In days to come, when your child asks you, what does this mean? Say, with a mighty hand, the Lord brought us out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. The Israelites had not yet left Egypt, and yet already Moses was telling them how to tell the story. That is the extraordinary fact. Why so? Why this obsession with storytelling? The simplest answer is that we are the story we tell. There is an intrinsic, perhaps necessary link between narrative and identity. In the words of the thinker who did more than most to place the idea at the center, sorry, my eyes are, at the center of contemporary thought, Alistair McIntyre, and he's a quote, man is the actions and practice as well as in his fictions, essentially a storytelling animal. We come to know who we are by discovering of which story or stories we are a part. Jerome Brunner has persuasively argued that narrative is central to the construction of meaning, and meaning is what makes the human condition human. No computer needs to be persuaded of its purpose in life before it does what it's supposed to do. Genes need no motivational encouragement, and no virus needs a coach. But humans do. We act in the present because of things we did or what happened to us in the past. And in order to realize a sought-for future, sorry guys.
That's fine.
I'm not good reading. Even minimally, to explain what we are doing is already to tell a story. Now, take 3 people eating salad in a restaurant. One, because he needs to lose weight. The second, because she's a principled vegetarian. The third, because of religious dietary laws. These are 3 outwardly similar acts, but they belong to different stories and they have different meanings for the people involved. So why through the storytelling of the Exodus? One of the most powerful passages I have ever read on the nature of Jewish existence is contained in pronunciation Jean-Jacques Rousseau's book Considerations on the Government of Poland. This was written in 1772. This is an unlikely place to find insight on Jewish condition, but it is there. Rousseau is talking about the greatest of political leaders. First of these, he says, was Moses, who formed and executed the astonishing enterprise of instituting as a national body a swarm of wretched fugitives who had no arts, no weapons, no talents, no virtues, no courage, and who, since they had not an inch of territory of their own, were a troop of strangers upon the face of this earth. Moses, he says, dared, I may not be able to finish this guy. Moses, he says, dared to make out of this wandering and circle group a body politic, a free people. And while it wandered in the wilderness without so much as a stone on which to rest its head, gave it the lasting institution, proof against time, fortune, and conquerors, which 5,000 years have not been able to destroy or even weaken. This singular nation, he says, so often subjugated and scattered, has nevertheless maintained itself down to our days, scattered among the other nations without ever merging with them. And he keeps on going to talk about Moses being a genius in the narrative of the story of the Exodus. And this, I'm skipping a little. This idea found expression among some years ago in a fascinating encounter. Tibet has been governed by the Chinese since 1950. During the 1959 uprising, the Dalai Lama, his life in danger, fled to the Dharamsala in India, where he and many of his followers have lived ever since. Realizing that their stay in exile might be prolonged, in 1992 he decided to ask Jews, whom he regarded as the world's experts in maintaining identity in exile, for advice. What he wanted to know was the secret. The story of that week-long encounter has been told by Roger Clements in the book The Jews in the Lotus. One of the things they told him was the importance of memory and storytelling in keeping a people's culture and identity alive. They spoke about Passover and the Seder service in particular. So in 1997, rabbis and American dignitaries held a special Seder service in Washington, D.C. with the Dalai Lama, and he wrote to his participants. We're almost done, I know it's long, sorry. In our dialogue with rabbis and Jewish scholars, the Tibetan people have learned about the secrets of Jewish spiritual survival in exile. One secret is the Passover Seder. Through it for 2,000 years, even in very difficult times, Jewish people remember their liberation from slavery to freedom, and this has brought you hope in times of difficulty. We are grateful to our Jewish brothers and sisters for adding to their celebration of freedom the thought of freedom for the Tibetan people. And it's pretty much, that's it. There's just a little summation of what I just read. And this really touched me. I thought that he touched on a few very important points, not just culturally for us as a people, but also individually for us as people, as an individual people, making memory and tradition part of your identity. And I think that's, your past is very important. So anyway, thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's beautiful. There's a book about the Jews who went to the Dalai Lama. It's called The Jew in the Lotus. And it's really
I mentioned it.
Yeah, I read it. Good book.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's definitely something to check out.
No, story's at the heart of everything. I mean, story, and we make stories up all day long, whether we realize we're making up a story or not. We interpret everything going on all around us, everything, even just in our own family, we interpret, we create stories, and we're invariably wrong.
One can argue that man or humankind created the story of God.
100%.
Right?
100%.
Not the other way around.
Yeah, which is why I get to the thing that I say, totally. Yeah, which is why I say, what if this story didn't even happen? It's kind of neat that we decided to make this kind of a story something to inspire us to action now. I'm jumping ahead to something we would talk about later, but totally. The stories in the Torah, you're constantly is it true? Did it happen? I'm like,
well, one of the best things about the Seder is that it's very experiential, which means that it's very experiential, that you're having experiences, not just kind of reading a paragraph or being lectured to. You're having experiences. You can touch things, you can dip things, you play a little, and Jack's making it really a good experience because the whole thing rests on them one day doing it for the next generation, who will then do it for the next generation. And if we don't make it memorable, how's that going to happen, right?
Right. And we have to do it together. That's why it's not an individual act. We're going to story tell.
Exactly. That's why we're all here.
Together. Exactly. Yeah.
And that's why we hold that really important invitation too. And that's all. And going back to that, that's the reason why I'm live streaming this.
Yep. For anyone who needs to be here, they can be here that way. One quick thing, Luca, do you remember the conversation that we had? And we've had it with Yuli, and I think Matteo might have been there too, but I don't remember if this was one where you were there, where we talked about, because he hit on the whole idea religion or nationality or culture or ethnicity or whatever. Do you remember we were talking about what is Judaism?
Kind of.
because we talked about the fact that people say it's a religion, but actually, for some people, it's a religion. For some people, it's really a culture and a heritage at this point. For some people, it's and for people for whom it's a religion, it's also a culture and heritage. For some people, it's like their ethnicity, but for other people, it's really not their ethnicity, but they're opting in. There's like so many different ways that Venn diagram can go for every person about whether, you know, who wants to identify Jewish. Is it, you know, this much religion and a little bit of, you know, nationality? Is there no nationality? But is it not really a faith thing? It's not a religion for me. It's really about the heritage. Is it, you know, it's my ethnicity, but it's not their person's, you know, like there's so many different Venn diagrams that can be created for different people. I think that calling it a religion, you know, I mean, I'll be really candid. Not for me. It's not about faith. It's not at all. It's just, it's my culture.
It's
For
your
me,
what?
it's my culture, but it's not really, like I'm not, I'll be candid, I'm with Jack, like I'm not praying anything, you
It's
know?
more than culture. It's more than just culture.
It depends on the person.
That's the whole thing.
That's my point, is like you don't have to buy into all, to like, it, you know, it as a religion in order to buy in to it as your culture and your background and your, you know.
That's why I think there's rooms for people who have questions about God.
Right.
Because it's a culture, it's a heritage, it's a lot of things, and if you're a believer, it's also a religion. And if you're not sure, it could have elements of all of those. And
Right.
You don't have to know. The point is not to exclude people who are in questioning stages of their lives, or may never even get there, because we're stronger as a nation if we have a big tent.
Right, but there's plenty of people that consider themselves ethnic Ethiopians and happen to be Jewish religion.
Exactly. Yes, but they will also say that they are ethnically Jewish because they descended from Sheba, Queen of Sheba, and Solomon, and that they're not actually quite exactly the same as their neighbors. Do you know? So for them, it's also an ethnicity, but it's not necessarily their nationality.
Right.
Right? So like that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of different ways that could be, you know,
absolutely.
You can create your Venn diagram out of how much religion, how much nationality, how much, and that's what I kind of love, is you don't have to, you can actually think we created God as a story, which right here, you know, but other people at this table don't, and that's fine.
would agree.
He created God.
So, you know, yeah, it all works, which is kind of neat. It's not one size fits all.
Exactly. And I think that's a very nice segue into something that I think you would be best at
Lovely transition.
introducing.
Okay, Mitzrayim means Egypt, but it means the narrow place.
Its
kind of
translation is
perfect.
actually the narrow.
Yeah, Tsar means narrow. Mitzrayim means the narrow place, and it's really neat that that's the name that was given to Egypt, because when we were there, why would that be the right name for Egypt? Do you think?
From the Jewish perspective?
From the Jewish perspective.
From the Hebrew perspective?
Yeah.
It's very narrow, sort of like widening
How about if
through.
someone has a very narrow mind?
Or a narrow existence.
Right. Sort of very narrow
That's what
mind.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Existence.
It was a narrow, miserable little existence. We couldn't be expansive. We couldn't create art. We couldn't do all sorts of things that you would want to do if you were a free person.
Instead of like.
But also, Pharaoh could be very narrow-minded,
Pharaoh was
not
super,
inclusive.
He was.
Exactly, super narrow-minded, and he set the tone because he was Pharaoh.
Right.
Yep, so it was the narrow place. So, we haven't asked this question before, but something to think about as we go through the Seder. Is there a narrow place, metaphorically, or what? Right now you're in a narrow place over there.
Yeah.
But is
There's
there
a
a
walking
narrow
through back over there.
I got a few points of view.
place? Yeah, you're in an expansive place, right? But is there a narrow place in your own life in some way that you still find yourself in? It's just, we're not going to ask you to go around and share personal things, or just think about what's your narrow place that you'd like to try to come out of a little bit in this coming year.
It's a good question.
Absolutely. I know there are a lot of them, myself included.
Of course.
Passover's a good opportunity to think about that for yourself.
Absolutely. And as we think about that, let's tell the story. As I said before, McGee translates literally to telling, so as in the story of the Israelites' escape from slavery in Egypt. So let's go ahead and tell the story as our parents did, as well as their parents did, as well as their parents did. You know, you get the point. Let's just go ahead with this. So
You want to sing?
why not?
It should, because it'd be nice for people to learn the melodies.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Avadim hayinu hayinu Ata benechorim benechorim Avadim hayinu Ata benechorim Avadim hayinu Ata benechorim benechorim Ata benechorim benechorim.
And for those of you who don't know what exactly this translates to, this is pretty much it.
Slaves we were,
Now children of the free, children of the free.
slaves we were, now children of the free. Slaves we were, now children of the free, children of the free.
2 times.
Pretty much got it.
So what's the general, how do we generalize this?
This is the whole story right there.
This pretty much sums it up. Slaves we were, now children of the free. Or in other words, we were slaves, now we're free.
Let's eat.
Let's eat.
Like a 2-second.
That's the 2 seconds. There it is. There's
Yeah.
my heat in 2 seconds. The rest is detail.
The rest is
The rest is commentary.
But just how did this happen?
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
Can we all elaborate on this whole we were slaves thing?
The game show.
Yeah. The game show where we all tell the Passover story in rapid fire mode.
All right, so guys,
Are
when they
you
say
ready?
don't all speak at once, in this case, all speak at once. Go for it. Ready?
With your host.
Me, with your host, me. Go for it.
And now, to tell the Passover story, here's our normal Seder crew. Question 1.
What a great voice he has, huh?
Who enslaved us?
Egypt.
Just call it out.
Oh, Egypt.
Pharaoh!
Pharaoh did.
Bad.
Why did he enslave us?
Oh, because he's threatened.
Want us to build the pyramid?
Well, he but he was
We were
nervous about
getting
something.
nervous. He was
Why?
getting nervous because we were becoming too numerous a population.
Yeah.
So
He wanted
maybe this was a way to
to.
slow us down.
was
Kind of like
right.
voter restriction.
Yes, exactly.
Way to keep
Okay.
people from being.
And by the way, I
Yeah.
just read another article where it talks about historically that the Hebrews did not build the pyramid. But
No, we
that's-
built cities.
That's for another.
We built cities.
We built
Yeah,
That's for
okay.
another.
Yep.
Well, we did something, and we were slaves. And
Yeah,
the next
absolutely.
question is,
And it
when
was hot.
slavery wasn't working quickly enough, what other bad thing did Pharaoh do to us?
Yeah.
What had happened to the children who were born, the boys?
Murder?
No more
In
kids.
case you don't know,
Yeah,
this is
let's kill any new baby boys.
Yeah, that was one way to keep a population from growing. What do they call
Oh,
it?
yeah.
Like
Yes, there was.
fratricide. It's baby
So,
infanticide.
pretty much most of the babies were killed, but there were some babies, especially this baby, who was born but not killed. Who was it? Shout it out.
Moses.
Moses. There you
A little drunk on grape juice over there.
go. So that was Moses. What did his mama do when he got too big to hide?
Put him in a basket and put him in a river.
Yep.
That's
Oh,
right.
yeah.
River. Nice. All right. What else?
He's taking the reclining thing very seriously.
Oh, yeah, I love it. Alright, so, next
the daughter
question.
of the
Someone was
Pharaoh.
on first to adopt him.
The daughter of the Pharaoh.
Who?
Who?
The daughter. The
Someone's
daughter
on
of
hand to
Pharaoh.
adopt him. Who was on hand to adopt him?
The daughter of the Pharaoh,
Her
right?
name
Yep.
was Batya.
Gotcha.
Exactly. Alright, next question. So, time goes on, Moses grew up, and he saw an Egyptian beating an Israelite slave.
What did he
What did he do?
Oopsie.
He killed him.
Yeah. Oopsie.
See, I kind of gave it away.
Did not know his own story.
Oh, no. So then, I think word got around, and he fled somewhere. Where did he go?
Oh, bonus points if you know this one.
He went to the shepherd place.
Yeah, Medion.
Oh,
He did.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, where?
Sorry, I'll be opposite. Medion.
There we are.
That's
Close
cool.
enough. And I'm going to wait for you so we have both screens.
Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry.
It's basically like that. place to live in the desert called Midian.
Midian.
Yeah.
And it had grass.
Yeah. See,
Okay.
the book goes backwards.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Oh, I know that.
Oh
It
yeah.
had grass.
All right. So next question.
Well, no one answered it.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
We
Midian.
said it went to the place where the shepherds were called Midian.
Because
I didn't hear.
Yeah.
the bush was
So then he married. He had 2 kids. He liked his life as a shepherd until one day, he saw a bush. It was a weird bush. It was not a silver bush, but it was a weird bush.
It was
What are
on
2 things
fire.
that are weird about
Two
it?
weird things
It was
about
on fire and it spoke to him.
It was on fire. It was
Exactly.
telling
I guess we're
it. They've been boning up.
I gotta tell you, they know everything.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, do they ever.
I guess Rona gave them the answers.
They're not for regular know-it-alls.
And then, what did the bush tell Moses to do? Let's all say it
Take off
together.
your shoes.
After that.
Let my people go. Take off the shoes. You remember that?
Oh yeah. Bonus points right there. And you know what that means. It's time to sing again. Yep. That's right. Alright. One, 2, 3. Israel was in Egypt's land. Let my people go. A fight so hard they could not stand. Let my people go. Go down. Moses. Way down Egypt's land. Pharaoh. Let my people go.
Jackie Mason joke.
Oh, really? Moses said, let my people go. If not, I'll smite your people dead. Let my people go. Go down, Moses, way down Egypt land. Pharaoh, let my people go. As Israel stood by the water's side, let my people go. By miracle they did divide, let my people go. Go down, Moses, way down Egypt's land.
Way down.
Pharaoh, let my people go. Again. Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt's land. Let my people go. Again, the last part. Let my people go. Again, just that part. Let my people go. One more time. Tag it. Let my people go. Just kidding. One more. Let my people go.
Nice job on the vibraphone.
All right, great job. Moses is like for higher chorus.
I think it really was prophecy because after you go out monster, they were constipated. So.
Yeah, let
Well, yeah.
That's why he had to like the stuff rain out of the sky.
But apparently, how did Pharaoh respond to Moses's and our fantastic singing?
You said go, just go. It's been nice knowing you. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
He was stunned by how good Moses' voice must have had. Oh wow, you're actually really good at this.
Well, now I can't let you go because I need a choir too.
In a word,
Exactly. Yeah. He said no.
He said.
Take it on the road.
But then, what did the God of our story do?
Turn Moses' staff into a snake.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, he did.
Take the other snake staff.
Yes.
And eat
I think
this
we're gonna
now.
get to that.
No.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right.
But even worse than
And
that.
I was thinking that Moses. His
No, that was his brother. No, his brother was
Actually,
The God of our story
Yeah, the 10 plagues.
Not one, not two, not four. We know the
Nope,
magic
not
number is 4
4.
for Passover, but there were not 4. There were 10 plagues in
Serious.
Egypt.
Oh my goodness.
And these were the plagues. So what we're going to do now is in case you don't follow, refill it because we're actually going to take drops out of our glass
Why?
for each of the
Why? I don't want to. I want to
for
be
each of the
jolly.
plagues. I know why. Remember back in the video?
How long did
That was very steady.
Happy
Hey guys, Luca.
I mean,
why are we taking some drops out of the wine?
Locust, we know how long
Why?
the were swung.
Yeah,
Yeah, why are we doing
that?
this?
They can
No,
come here.
nothing.
Do you remember the video?
Yes.
Nothing comes without a consequence.
There you go.
already
Say that louder.
Nothing comes without a
Say it again.
consequence.
Mateo said.
Nothing comes without a consequence.
Oh, fantastic.
Exactly.
I'm gonna remember that you said that.
I know, right? Do you remember the video when we just started the Seder like a million hours ago?
Yes.
Yep.
One of the lines that they emphasized
No one else
was
is speaking
the
of.
reason why we take drops out of our wine glasses is because freedom had a cost.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's the cost.
There were some good Egyptians, and they went through some hairy stuff.
There were some good Israelites too, which we'll get to with the 10th plague. But let's do this now.
YouTube hailstorms and YouTube locusts. There's a BBC thing that is like freaky deaky on locusts.
Okay, we'll check it out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that you showed
Remember
us
I
that
showed it
last
to you.
year.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, it was like the giant swarm.
Yeah, 40 miles wide, and these things are like small birds. They're like
They come down, they eat everything in their path.
everything in their path. And so if the hail didn't kill it, the locust ate it, and yeah.
So
I remember that scene
the
in
blood.
Days of
So
Heaven.
now you're really thirsty.
During the
You're
Great
frog,
Depression, there was also locusts.
Oh, really?
You know,
actually
just but
obscure
that's
the
about when
sun.
they went extinct. Then after that, they wound up
Yeah.
going extinct. We
So
don't
they
have
got
them in
two
North
places of
America.
darkness.
Beyond, above
Wow.
Mexico
Oh, we have
anymore.
cicadas now.
Oh, so the
Yeah.
inside place of the
Right.
steam. Interesting.
Crazy, right?
The
So-
more you know. All right, so let's take some wine out of our glasses
Let's do it.
as we recite the plagues.
Okay.
Blood.
Blood.
I need blood.
Dom.
Scordia.
Scardea.
There.
Frog.
Keem.
Lice.
Oh.
Wild beasts.
Dever.
Cattle plague.
Shechim.
Boils.
Barak.
Hail.
Arbe.
Yeah. Locusts.
Darkness.
Makat.
Slaying of the firstborn.
Do you guys remember why darkness sucked so much?
Because
They were like their deity was the sun. It was the sun.
Oh,
So,
right.
yes.
That's
showing that-
who they worship.
Showing that this sun,
like a
this
God was
this
powerful.
god was more powerful than theirs by
Yeah.
just
Ra.
putting it.
yeah.
Yep.
They should have done like a massive cat murder.
Yeah, right? Massive cat, right, exactly. Although maybe, you know, maybe the animal diseases might have knocked out some cats too. But yeah, chilling, you think it can't get any worse than like your god is snuffed out by their god, of the people you weren't very nice to. Like, uh-oh.
Yeah,
But
it's
then
like
it got worse.
it's like you
And then babies die.
insult somebody and then they come back with a really good roast.
So you know something weird about the 10th plague? All the other plagues, the Israelites just had to hop along, do their Israelite thing. They didn't have to do anything. But then they had to actually take action to get protection from the 10th plague. They had to buy in. They didn't know what it was going to be. They didn't know what was going to happen. But they had to just show some trust and
Faith.
do something.
Faith.
Faith.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, it was still a religion back then.
Wait, is that
Well,
Like 100%.
but interestingly enough, what is it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Better it goes in your tummy.
So what is it about the 10th plague
Yeah.
that has given us the name of this holiday? And I want to give it a shot.
Okay, do you know?
Passover is the angel of death passed over.
Yeah, you do.
Right.
Yeah, he just answered it.
Exactly.
That wasn't me.
It was ventriloquism. He was
Yeah.
like, yeah.
Say hello, Dominic.
Say it a little louder so everyone can hear you at the far
Yeah,
reaches.
so the angel of death, like their home, passed over, and I was like, oh no, blood, blood, next, blood, blood, next, blood. Oh, I think this is just a Jewish neighborhood.
Exactly.
So the Jews had to put something on their door. They had to put what on their door?
Lamb blood.
But did everybody do it?
Sacrifice.
Did you? No. And what happened?
So take the lamb and be like, hey, about that.
It's like a neighbor, like if you know they saw that someone didn't have it on there and they kind of secretly went out there and put it on.
Yeah,
Just
Yeah,
like,
come on.
Help you out
Yeah.
here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
like
So can I share something? That Seinfeld wrote he has this yada yada haggadah. That's what he calls it.
You guys haven't watched
Yada
Seinfeld yet.
Haggadah.
That might be the next
Leonie
one.
loves it.
And
You used to say yada yada as in it's.
yeah, they always said yada yada. And the thing is about the 10th plague. I'm gonna just see if I can get it in 2 seconds. I'll do it. Otherwise, I'll read it later. He wrote. It's right in the. If I can't find it, I'll read it later. I totally forgot I want to have it. So he goes, yeah. Do you know why they call it Passover? God told Moses that the Israelites should mark their doorposts with lamb's blood so that he could pass over their houses and spare them from the plague of the killing of the firstborn. My question is, who's put in charge of telling everyone? That's a big job. There's a lot counting on that job. What if someone isn't home? How do they tell them? And he like just goes on from there. And you know, how do you tell them but not tell the Egyptians? Because that would totally give it away. Like, you know. So he just starts doing his whole Seinfeld thing about that. That's
Maybe
a
we
big
can
job.
find a way that can go into the show next
We
week.
gotta check that out. Oh yeah. Love the idea. So then after the 10th plague, what happened next?
What happens next?
Firstborn dead.
Yeah,
After that.
After that.
Then what happened?
Finally, Pharaoh
Go.
freaked
Go,
out
just
and
go.
said, out, get out.
Yep.
And then remember that he still wanted a choir.
Oh yeah, wasn't there
Choir.
also a song like that? There was also another song.
What song?
It was Hello from the Other Side, but it was
Hello from the
Yeah.
other side.
Yeah.
Very funny. But we were getting ahead of the story. We haven't even gotten to the other side.
Oh,
What
yeah.
happened next?
So, did the Jews stick around and say, let's take a long weekend and then get going, or what'd they do?
Okay, so
I'm not
put
finished
the
with
bread
my
in the
art
oven.
project.
Let's get ready. Okay, let's take it out of the oven. Out of my hands, out of my hands. Put it in your bag and go.
Right, exactly. And so we fled. And then what did Pharaoh do?
There's a bunch of flat.
No, I need my fire.
Exactly. So Pharaoh, this time we were too far away, so Pharaoh had to send charioteers, right? Off they go, and we're walking, and then what happened?
We hit
sea. We hit the sea.
And we hear
crappity.
hoofs.
We hear this. And we look behind us, there's a giant dust cloud and flashing hooves, and we realize we are between a sea and an army. We're stuck.
A
We're
rock and a
stranded.
hard place.
Yeah,
And
pretty
then-
much. So what happened?
Go.
And then Moses staff
Picks up a fork.
Goes
boom, then just
Also, like, remember
Water.
in the remember in the Mad Libs that we did, how you said dead tree and it was
Yes.
the right place, and
And it
Moses
was.
lifted his dead tree.
Exactly.
And,
With his staff.
yeah,
really funny.
we were doing the Mad Libs. Yeah, that was like perfect.
so what happened?
Perfect.
So he lifted his staff. He went boom, boom, and then the water went boom.
Right.
And then the people went zoom.
Very
Yeah.
very descriptive.
I love that description. I'm gonna borrow that from you.
And then what?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Imagine if you got more than 6 hours of sleep last night.
And then, that's right. And then we went through,
He said the people went Zoom.
right?
Yeah.
And what happened?
The charioteers, once the final person went up, the charioteers wheels start working.
Yep, they got wonky and wobbly.
And I remember the rest.
So the
kind of.
charioteers were like, oh crap, this must be their god again. They had just been through 10 plagues, right?
Yeah.
So they're like, we gotta get out. They turn themselves around and start heading back towards Egypt. We're still walking the other way. They're going back towards
Right.
Egypt.
So
And then the last little Israelite toe came out of the path, right? And all of a sudden, huge noise from the Egypt side and rumblings, and the water starts coming together like ferociously, violently from the Egyptian side towards these charioteers that are now trying to get out that path. And it's being closed by the water, and they try to rein their horses so they can turn back the other way and go, but the horses are going too quickly. This is what it actually says in the story. The horses are going so quickly that they can't stop, and it says, and they charged full speed into their doom. Bum, bum, bum.
Imagine being that
That's
last
what it says.
chariot
It's crazy,
who
right?
didn't, the last chariot who like didn't go in and was just like waiting there, and then like Sodom was like, well, now we have a witness.
That would be awesome. But, so, all right, and we were free.
Yes, we did. We made it to the other side of the Red Sea, and
You
we
okay?
out.
Did you hurt yourself?
See, wow.
Easier, right?
What's the general consensus?
Yeah. What is
Well, good storytelling over there, let me tell you.
Well, that we were lucky and we need to say thank you, right?
And then the water
Is that the consensus we're getting to?
I think we're gonna sing.
Oh,
Oh, okay, okay.
Oh, Diane.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
that was a nice flip. That was wonderful.
So in summary, in the story, God went above and beyond in the gifts of freedom that we received.
We
I think that-
like
Diane, can we just tell them
manna
what
from
it
the
means?
sky, pheasants.
What
Yes,
is
so
hand that
literally,
Do you guys know what Diane
so
means?
basically, do you know?
We got manna.
Okay,
Well, that too.
but what does Diane mean, the words?
It has nothing to do with die.
It doesn't have to do with someone named Diane, no.
Or Diane,
Diane means it would have been enough.
Yes.
If he had only
For us, yeah.
For us.
But we keep getting more and more gifts and more love from God. That's the point of
We're
that
not
song.
complaining.
It's just one day of like no work.
It's a way to say thank you.
So
It's gratitude.
we got mana, which tastes like whatever you wanted it to be.
Tastes like chicken. Everything tastes like chicken.
Yeah.
All
We
right.
got pheasants, which
But yeah, so basically
no, we
the
got quail, which is
I assumed that I was your age that it tasted like marshmallows.
quail.
So in case you
which
don't
is
know,
everything tastes like chicken.
Yeah.
all of these
Did we
verses
also
translate to. So basically, all these verses translate to, like, for example, with this one, if all that was done was that we were liberated from Egypt, it would have been enough. If all that happened was we were given the Sabbath, it would have been enough. If all that happened was that we were given the Torah, yes, it would have been enough.
Yep. But we got
But we kept getting more.
That we're very lucky is the net of the song.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
the point.
I like this.
So with that brings us into Passover in a nutshell, and so basically those are the symbols of Passover that we'll be talking about that are on our table right now. So to introduce those, there was this one rabbi, Rabbi Gamliel, and he used to say, and I paraphrase, "Whoever does not mention these three symbols on Passover has not fulfilled his or her or their duty." So here they are on the table, and let's go into them, starting with Pesach, which is the shank bone. I don't know where that is. Here.
Right over here.
Rob, pick it up here.
Yeah,
it looks good.
That was actually a
Is
turkey
that away from
shank.
teeth?
bone marrow. Yummy.
So what does this symbolize? What does it represent? Anyone want to give it a shot?
Well, it's an arm bone, so it symbolizes that God put an outstretched arm. That's the symbol of his outstretched arm to rescue the Hebrews.
But what else? Anyone have an idea? Remember?
The lamb.
The lamb.
Yes, exactly.
The
And
lamb
plague.
that was
Yeah, about that.
sacrificed.
Yeah. Sorry, bro.
Yep.
And I'm not sure if we said it, so the word Pesach literally means skip over,
Exactly.
as in the angel of death skipping over
Actually, the
those.
word is Pesach.
Pesach.
Pesach. In English, they made it Pesach.
Yeah. Well, that's great to know. So that's the shank bone.
That's good.
What about the matzah, represented by, of course, the matzah?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we already said it. Take the bread out of the oven before it was ready. And it didn't have time to.
We're high, so it's flat, and it tastes amazing.
Whoa.
Actually, this is like matcha's like the one thing that gluten-free matcha is actually better than.
Where do you get your matcha?
The gluten-free matza.
So guys, what is the matcha symbol of? Did we lose one of them?
Yeah, one of them is gone.
What does it symbolize? Is it a
Yeah,
symbol,
what's-
or is it just to sort of remind us of
Well, it's
the
pretty much what you
process
just
of-
said,
right,
yeah.
the process of leaving?
But what about the maror, the bitter herbs?
Ooh, where's the
Yeah, so
maror
not
at?
everybody can get a piece of matcha, so they can have some.
Just bitter
We're
herbs.
going to.
We're going to do
What is
that.
it?
We're
What
going
is
to
it?
shortly.
Bitter herbs.
So, yeah, what's up with the bitter herbs?
What do they show?
Like taste.
What's the deal?
Why they symbolize the bitterness of the Israelites' lives?
Yes.
During the slave years, exactly.
Awesome.
And there are, of course, more symbols on the Seder plate that should not be overlooked. For example, the haroset,
Yeah.
which is which symbolizes what?
Remember what it symbolizes?
Anyone know? Rob, Karen?
Mortar.
Mortar.
Mortar, exactly.
Golden egg.
Now, what about the egg? Yes.
I think we were just a bit jealous of Easter.
Hey, do you know, you want to know something?
Whatever.
What you said, do you know that we were all pagans, basically, in that region at the same time? We were all pagans, and we really liked our pagan spring festival, and that's why the other name of Passover is the holiday of spring, and that is also why Easter happens in the spring. Easter is the fertility goddess. Esther, Easter, Astoret.
So all of these religions
all of these
I hear that's happening soon.
Yes, exactly. So all of the religions wanted to keep their pagan fun, and so we did too, and that's why that's definitely a big reason for the egg.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But what about the orange?
Why is there an orange on it?
Yeah, does anyone want to give it a shot?
That was because I think women rights. I think it was like a rabbi had something to do with that. I don't know.
Yes.
So yeah, what do you
Comment by
That's just what my dad was saying, and then I cut him off.
Yeah, that's it. So what do you remember?
That's it.
About the orange.
Oh,
Food is secondary.
Rabbi at some point said something along the lines of woman belongs on a pulpit.
Lima.
And
Yeah.
belongs on the
Apu's orange should be on the Seder plate similarly, which is not at all. So.
And you're absolutely wrong.
No, he's not wrong. He was misinformed.
Yes, you were. That is actually just an urban legend.
That is
Really?
right.
You are.
And we thought it all along. Go ahead.
Do you know what actually happened?
No.
What happened?
So there was this other rabbi, or actually not a rabbi.
No,
There was
she
a
was a
Jewish
daughter.
studies professor at
From
Dartmouth
Florida.
University.
Where?
Yeah.
From Florida.
It was not just
Which
Abraham. It was Abraham
At
Joshua
Dartmouth.
Heschel's
Oh,
daughter.
Dartmouth.
Sorry.
Susanna Heschel.
Susanna
I'm
Heschel.
sorry, the professor was where?
Dr. Susanna Heschel. She was a Jewish studies professor at Dartmouth.
Abraham Joshua
And
Heschel's daughter.
one day she went to Oberlin College. I forget what the reason was, but there she was presented with a feminist Haggadah that included a similar story to that urban legend, but suggested adding a bread crust to the Seder plate to show solidarity with Jewish lesbians.
Got it.
And
But
Heschel was inspired by this, but at the same time, what came to her mind was that could give the wrong impression that lesbians would violate Judaism just as a bread cut. A bread
Bread is a
crust would not
violation
be
of matzah.
kosher for
Yeah,
Passover.
it's crazy.
And as a result, she
Yes.
substituted the bread crust for an orange.
What does bread crush have to do with lesbianism? I mean,
Really?
just trying to understand
doesn't
that.
make
Why
sense.
did
Some Brazilians, I have no
we'll have
idea.
to go to Oberlin and ask them.
Yeah.
Ask the Jewish lesbians at Oberlin.
So an orange is a far more pleasing thing
Oh yeah.
and feminine.
And it's not just about women, it's about the LGBTQ plus.
high A plus plus, you know, all of
In
that.
other words, it's a symbol of being inclusive.
inclusive?
It's
Yeah,
orange,
exactly.
but what about
Traditions,
the
yep.
red, yellow, green, blue?
Yeah.
Exactly.
And what about
For
I
pretty
see
much everyone who's
flowers?
historically
Why are
been,
there? What do you
marginalized.
see?
We'll
on
get
this?
to
Oh,
that
we'll
soon.
get
We'll
sorry.
get to that. We'll get to that. But that's pretty much the orange view. And of course, there are more modern additions to the table. Excuse me, Miriam's cup is not, but I had nowhere else to put it on the slideshow.
It's not
This is, yeah, the water. So that is a symbol of for women as vital leaders. But what
But
about
why?
the?
Why is it a symbol of women as vital leaders? What's up with
Why
that?
is it?
Guys, what's up with Miriam's cup?
Who is Miriam anyway?
Oh, she found the water.
She found the water.
Oh yeah, she was like, the water is
In the
Well,
desert.
in the desert. In the desert,
She was the
besides not being able
diviner.
to remember your name, you can't find water.
She was the one who was like, as you're saying, she's like, oh, ding, 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 right there.
So
That was
we
her
want to
thing.
remember, because that took leadership to help everybody and save the tribe in the desert, right?
Absolutely.
All of us, yeah.
So what about the fair trade chocolate or the cocoa beans?
What did we read
Slavery.
about? Remember we were doing our chocolate taste test? What were we reading? What did you read about inside the thing last night?
Oh yeah, so slave labor in Ethiopia.
Yeah.
I think.
In Africa.
In Africa, there's still slaves harvesting the
Cocoa
chocolate.
plantations.
Yeah.
On the cocoa plantations. They're actual slaves. They don't get paid. They don't
Why
get
don't we put a
paid.
fish on there too? Because there's slavery in fisheries as well.
That's a great idea.
Absolutely.
Well, I think the chocolate can symbolize slave trade in various food and industries, and we take those foods for granted. We don't know that slaves are producing them, and it's very widespread. In fact, most chocolate, unless it says fair trade, has been harvested by slaves, and people don't know that.
Wow.
Wow. Last night we did a chocolate taste test, and we had chocolate that was not harvested by slaves.
Oh yeah. So what about the potato?
Which is a way of just want to say, it makes us realize slaves exist even today. This is not
Exactly.
ancient history.
Oh yeah.
Potato.
Even in this country too.
Oh, we got a little potato. That's
So what about the potato? Yeah.
potato.
That's what people call me in
So the
school.
potato is there to
I don't know.
really highlight Ethiopian Jewry.
Oh.
In case you didn't know that.
What does the potato do with Ethiopian jewelry?
There's a lot of famine there.
Ro, is that the symbolism
what
of
is- okay.
potatoes?
I don't
don't
remember the
know.
potato. I'll have to look it up.
I don't know, but I imagine because
I'll
of
get
the
back to you
famine.
next Passover.
I think that could be part of it. But at the same time, I'm not sure if you remember.
I mean,
I don't know if you remember three.
well, I mean, it symbolizes the Irish famine. You want to talk famine.
Yeah.
Not Ethiopian.
It does, but
I'm not
there
exactly
was
sure.
some time that
There
it
aren't a lot of Jews in Ireland.
No, we're talking about slavery. We're talking about famine.
I guess. But also, I don't know if you remember 3 years ago. Excuse me. I don't know if you remember 3 years ago when we added the shoelace to the Seder plate. Do you remember why that was?
I don't remember why.
That was the
Long.
Because when the Jews left Egypt, they didn't have time to tie their shoes. Now they can.
right. No, that was for the
Why?
people
What did you
who-
say?
So when the Jews left Egypt, they didn't have time to tie their shoes. Now they do.
Very
Of course, for
wise.
every little brother whose older brother tied their shoelaces together at
There you
some
go.
point.
Oh yeah.
I actually learned.
No, but what is it
about-
really?
But
I actually know
it
if I
was
should flip it doesn't.
as a result of the asylum seekers
Right.
back then at
Yep.
the border.
That walked from Central America
Right.
Yeah.
up and then had their babies ripped out of their arms.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah.
So,
And put in cages.
I don't know if this is true or
Yes,
not,
they're-
but would you like me to
they're
read you
celebrating,
the
uh,
potato
Passover.
thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
All right, following Operation Solomon, the Ethiopian Jews who arrived in Israel were unable to digest much substantial food.
Oh.
Thus, Israel's doctors fed the new immigrants simple boiled potatoes and rice until their systems could take more food. To commemorate this at the Seder, you may choose to eat small red potatoes alongside the parsley for karpas. Announce to those present that this is in remembrance of the wondrous exodus in our own time from Ethiopia to Israel.
Wow.
that's really fascinating.
That is
Onward,
really
we have a
interesting.
banana for as a result of the Syrian refugee crisis.
Got it. Which don't know the story behind that, but let's
Me
keep
neither.
let's keep going.
The cashews were for troops in Iraq, and the pine cone was for prison reform, which, interesting you said that slavery still exists.
It does.
It still exists in our country
Sure does.
Should we have like a
by means
pierogi?
of
In the penal
pierogi
the
to,
penal system.
system.
should we
Yeah.
have like a pierogi to Russia, Ukraine
Yeah.
pierogi?
No, there's
What do you
something
want
else
to
to
see?
symbolize.
We got something else.
Yeah.
What else is on the table that
Get
you don't
ready.
normally see?
Here is our new symbol for
read that?
2022.
Sunflower.
And sunflower seeds on both Passover,
Oh,
both
yeah.
Seder plates. Yep.
As a result of the invasion of Ukraine
I love it.
by
Great idea.
Russia,
All right.
by Putin.
What's next?
So yeah, that is our new symbol for 2022, and that will remain in the book.
Okay.
So,
Oh, I like how it's like the blue and the. Oh, that. that fake.
Oh yeah, you remember this? So this is what I actually did have to.
So I think we really covered that.
Yeah, we did. So this is pretty much the heart of the Passover Seder. In every generation, every person should view themselves as if they themselves have come out of Egypt. And I think we did cover that.
We did.
Does anyone else want to put their remark on that?
I actually think we really did it nicely at the earlier part of the Seder, so I think we're good.
Excellent. And with that, it is our second wine time, as we call it.
All right.
Our second cup of wine. All of us together.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, borei bri hagafen. Amen.
All right.
Are you going to eat this? Nice.
I'll get a brisket. Sure.
And with that, it is actually time to prepare for the meal. So, do you remember when I said, when we wash our hands without the blessing?
Yes.
Well, now it's time to cook with the blessing. So,
Yay.
who wants to?
Who's going to wash their hands? Who's going to wash their hands and
Maybe someone who's on that side of the table
I'll
should
wash.
put their
All right.
Good. Peter's going to go and wash.
Great. And as we do, we still have this.
Do you want to say the
We are still in the pandemic, and I think it is important to
Wash hands whenever we
keep
can.
this,
Yes,
keep
go wash
this
your hands.
newer prayer in mind by Trisha Arlen.
Yep, very nice, Jeff.
So I'm going to have it up as we do it, and then we'll say the blessing.
All right, who's supposed to read that, Jeff? Well, Peter washes.
All right, so George, you haven't said anything yet.
What am I reading?
What's on the screen?
You're reading
What's on the screen?
Oh, A Blessing for Washing Hands During a Pandemic?
Yes.
By Trisha Arlen. As we wash our hands, we pray. Blessed is the soul of the universe, breathing us and breathing us out, breathing us in, breathing us out. May our breaths continue, and our health and the health of all be preserved. In this time of sickness and fear of sickness, holy holiness, we take as much responsibility for it as we can. By observing the obligation to wash our hands thoroughly for as long as...
It takes to say this prayer, amen. Pass this
exactly.
around.
And there's a screen
Pass
right
it
next
around.
to you, too.
Take some and pass
I
it around.
understand.
There's one there too. George.
And of course, the traditional blessing. Let's all say that together.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kishanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu b'avot yadayim.
Furthering our ancient traditions and to prepare for this festive meal, we wash our hands to elevate and bring our best selves to the table.
Amen. This is a little crumbly, but take some and pass it around so we
There we go.
can do what we're doing. The time has come.
Sometimes I'm in the balloons or something.
There you go.
Is it possible to open the door and get some air?
Yeah, let me do that now.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I know we can't go in there.
I thought we were just trying to simulate the heat of Egypt because we were leaving
Egypt, deserts.
the desert.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, well, yeah, we gotta grab one for...
We should all put on wool robes. Floor light.
Walk around with it.
Alright, so great job. Now let's bless the bread.
Yay!
So normally there is only one blessing for the bread, as you see here, but tonight there are two, and you'll see why.
Well, we use the same blessing for bread because the origin
Because it is the bread of affliction.
wheat, right?
Yeah.
So someone Lucas plate. Lucas,
Andrea is on such a thing about this. She's like, it was pita.
Lucas.
And yet Peter's not kosher for
No,
Passover.
Peter's not-
Like, what happens?
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
But she said they put the yeast in and they just didn't wait.
We need you.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, so what?
Because the party like it.
She's like, she's so
And
irritated.
Peter became matzah.
There you go.
There's another name for it, matzah.
Thing is, if you want to take a stand for various aspects of the Passover story,
It's
where
a
truth is,
story.
Right.
I mean, there's a lot there that you can, point a bone of contention at.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So anyway,
It
let's
kind
say
of
the
misses the
blessing.
point,
together.
right? Because the point is to have all this symbolism to help us
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
Yeah,
cultural
exactly.
ideals.
I think, yes,
And
exactly.
it's a story that, well, is partially true, so. All right, let's
We're
say it
gonna be
together.
half full on this glass, rather than half empty.
On this special night, we are grateful for the earth that sustains us with bread, and for every hand that works to feed us. And here's a second blessing, which we will do all together as well. Baruch Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher yishanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu al achilat matzah. On this special night, we observe our culture's tradition to eat unleavened bread on this occasion.
Amen.
And now we're going to do the exact same thing for the bitter herbs.
Okay.
Literally, the exact same, we're just swapping out one word.
Right. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kishanu mitzvotav v'tzivanu al achilat matzah.
Amen. So let's, I think all of us, because we're about to create the Hillel sandwich again. So in case you don't know what that is, this was actually the first ever sandwich to be created.
Yes. Not the early sandwich.
During the great time of the Great Temple in, or not the great time, the time of the Great Temple in Jerusalem.
It was a great time.
It was a great time, yeah. So the great teacher, Rabbi Hillel, decided to eat the sacrificial lamb, matzah, and maror together by creating a sandwich of them all. Because it is said that we should be eating the lamb with the matzah and maror. But when the temple was destroyed, sacrifices pretty much became a thing of the past. So now haroset is often substituted, as it is now,
It was a trend, but
for
it
the
never
lamb
decided.
sandwich.
Yep. Does everybody have haroset?
No, not yet.
Okay, hold on.
They're replacing what is
Here, you wanna pass it around? Here, you can also take this, Rob, haroset. Pass it around.
I know, right?
Yeah, we're putting
There you go. Alright,
Okay.
Carissa,
I'm gonna make a.
Coming your
I'm gonna make a. I'm gonna make a minimalist sandwich.
Check it out. Ooh.
good for you.
Totally worked.
She made a real one.
Okay, I'll try making. I've never done the sandwich part. I've never.
You've never done this before?
Not the sandwich part. I just
Wow,
eat
there you
away.
go. Oh, weird. Oh, you got it already. Where does this go?
In the middle.
In the middle.
I can't really reach. Knock over anything.
There we go.
Alright, so that is...
Sticks.
I got nothing
there.
This.
The maror is with it. Or the with jackfruit.
That is good.
Oh, it was kind of spicy.
This one's not. At all.
It's really not at all.
Very good. Bob, can you pass the roses over?
All right, people ready for gefilte fish?
Alrighty, and with that, it is bon appetit. But before we go, as we bring out the meal, here's a quick recap of pretty much everything we did.
Oh, good. Can I start giving out the gefilte fish then?
Mm-hmm.
Let's make a little room. It's okay if everybody's mess here. Sure. Do you want to help me get the mouth?
Thanks, guys.
It's 9 o'clock on a Seder day. Crowds shuffle behind me. There's a Zadie sitting next to me.
Zadie's a grandma.
For all of his
Grandpa. Grandpa, sorry. You pass these down. Rock from the tail. Put that on Mike. Rob's got one more. Rochelle needs one.
Thank you.
fair enough. And then we went on in a hurry. Well, the Pharaoh changed his mind. To move out.
What? I'm
Between the house, strange fans, strangers in a strange land, celebration, Jewish liberation, reading from the Haggadah, Avir who and Haggadah, 10 pigs, 4 sons, who knows what, I know what, baby, house clean, father buffer, Jews who see, different leaders in Kedem, next to you in Jerusalem, dying new, Carl said, we saw all of our comments, tell me what is all this for, I can't take much more tomorrow, God said a bush of fire. Today we're learning God set a bush of fire. And when we are gone, we'll see the flame burn on and on and on and on
I think he was in line. That's so cool.
Night is different from all the other nights. It's 'cause of what God did for us when we made our exodus.
No, the album goes right into the piano.
Oh,
It's a good song too.
You think what, Rochelle? I need to send this to my parents.
Oh, yeah. plates. Pass around.
Do I bring this in?
Yes, please, thank you.
And where are we putting it?
Wherever over there. The dogs, they want that, so you don't have to do it, put that right into a container.
No high.
Oh, you know what, I can put it up here. Oh, put them on there, right. Yeah. This one goes on here. So good. Who needed it? Nobody did.
The chicken was really good though. I had.
Oh, you threw this everything.
Oh yeah, I think so.
The dog did not make the chicken. Outsourced the chicken.
I don't know.
Otherwise,
There's a lot of news about it's like working with teacher on Friday, letting us go to Zoom.
you don't outsource it.
Taking
the other two out.
It's like me winning the teacher saying this.
Wait, Robbie, can you take the dogs out?
Looks like it.
That and.
Well, no, that's okay, I just wanted to.
I never
Oh, you might have
the
been taking
before.
in the back too.
And I was like, oh, screw. Yeah. Screw. And then I go, you know, I.
Not take the dogs.
It's not very.
So let them know you're going.
How does this feel?
Are we going to have a rousing rendition of Hot
Not
Idea?
like these.
Yeah, we will.
Oh, goody!
Not like
I love Hot Idea. Matt and Diane are two fans.
Yeah, this is good. Like, yeah, that's good.
Oh, you like that part?
Yeah.
That's the spot.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I know reflexology.
These are.
Yeah, do you?
If you sit in a chair and I feel your foot, I can tell it's gonna trigger a place.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
You heard of that reflexology?
Yeah, I've heard of. They're like a wire that triggers something.
No, no, no.
What?
I put a pressure point here.
Yeah.
Mateo might finish those. These are red pepper first.
Oh, that's
But you wanna get that stuff off your foot, you don't get on the couch.
Yes, he does,
I
actually.
think that's a
Mateo,
good
yes,
idea.
I'm very
Wait,
happy.
I wouldn't wipe it on your pants. Is that ideal? Perfect.
one of my favorites.
Me too.
Matt and Diane. I'm ready to go.
And I miss Diane, so.
Even if you don't know it, everybody can sing Diane. It's really, I remember the first time I found out about what Diane meant. I was like, oh, that's what we're singing.
Now it makes sense.
Yeah. The Hot Idea, still like it, because it's a long story. It's
What are you doing?
one kid and then two this, and you remember the 12 days of Christmas? Puts it in the shade. Because I think it goes on much longer than 12 days of Christmas.
It's a very long traditional song.
Right, that my father, a kid goat that my father bought for 2 Susan, 1 goat, Haggadah, 1 goat, 1 goat. And he bought 2 of this and 3 of that and 4 of this.
This is
and
still
the cow kicked over
right?
the.
Yes.
This is
Oh.
But it's all in song.
Yeah.
It's all in song, and then about, and then 10, like 10 lords, at least it was.
Oh, okay.
That's it, 10 whatever and 12 whatever. It's the numbers.
Okay, 614.
We're gonna merge now.
I know. Wait, did you show me? Look at me.
1771.
Okay.
I can't.
Oh my
Captures
god.
personality.
Oh my god.
I was laughing like, cause they're like, oh my, I was laughing. Actually,
And a game.
I'm getting them all in.
You gotta put it in.
Yeah, 614
Oh, good. All right, it works.
There.
Hashtag one.
Are we free yet?
Leave it.
Oh, I got it.
Also, if we win, we're gonna pound it.
Okay, go.
Hold on, I got to tune
We go started.
The number symbol
So,
that we
what
use
kind of
is
style
actually the
stuff do you
pound
like
symbol.
What do I
to
do?
play?
So pound it.
Where do you go?
It has a few names.
Looks like
Hashtag.
kind of
Jack, do I tune in?
Right behind me.
We're gonna
probably
use like a
electronic,
tic-tac-toe
like
board.
Zippy stuff,
Oh, the phone.
guitars, like indie pop stuff, that blends guitars and synths, and
You're damped up.
Where is this thing?
there's always still some like
So-
some punky noisy
Yeah.
things,
So,
but
our school,
some like Britpop
last
like
year we had these like
Smiths
plastic
or
David
dividers.
Mamet.
We had desks.
very
Not
much
like
that
desks,
kind
we
of
had a
style.
table.
I'm sorry, Sarah.
And we had
Have
plastic
keys at home?
dividers.
Tails been charging my phone.
Yeah.
No. But
Dave
no, just
Smith,
you.
You called me my name?
Yeah.
Can you give me a good
and then,
nickname?
but I do also like stuff in the box,
I'm like, I'm with them.
with reason.
Oh, you're playing together. Oh, God.
Oh,
So you don't
might wanna have it all
what?
alone.
Give me a nickname.
Yeah.
It'll still work out
I don't know
too.
why.
Well, preferably the more the better.
Okay.
But
Are
I
we
don't know.
free yet?
Something about the
Yeah.
tactile.
How do I do the boot? You type,
So you
you
plastic
how do you
tile.
log in? Look at the screen.
Yeah, so, and so,
This
so
is
we
really
don't
hard.
know.
How do I log in?
I actually tried
I
to
studied,
do it, but it wasn't as well,
Coach
but
Joel's,
really
ended up using
we're able to do it.
Cubase,
Go on
so
it and tic-tac-toe.
Love it.
Yeah, remember that?
but
And I
it's
just have
basically,
my brain back, which I always do.
once you learn how to do multi-tracking on one of those, they're all relatively similar.
And trying to start.
Not exactly, but
But at the start,
It's all about just finding
we were
the
sitting there and
like,
it was a beauty table,
the
and it was like,
graphical
and it was divided up,
user interface that
boys
works for
and
you,
girls,
you know?
because there's there were 6 boys,
Uh-huh.
and it was the girls were. I don't remember what the girls were. I remember that one of them, Hannah, was in the divided table, and the table was perfectly divided. It was like 2 and 2.
Is Luca asleep?
And I was in the middle
So I
table.
Remember, he told me he really was looking
It
forward
was
to this
so
video.
excited
He
when we
even
got to
admits that he's in there. He's like clinical engineering.
Tom's
He
great,
has
Doc.
classes. He isn't very sporty.
So they didn't have iPads, they didn't have anything. So all they
Oh,
had,
cool. Can I be friends with him?
they saw their old toys for the
I
first
need to
time
learn
in
how to
10
code.
years, their old books, their old
I was like,
and they were, it was
I
like
don't
they
learn how to code.
were
Never
in
mind.
heaven because they
Yeah.
were all, and then I couldn't get
Reacquainted
through
with
the
their
book.
friends.
Finally at 12:30,
I tried,
was
my brain
like
did
sitting
not
on
process
Luca.
it.
Get it. This one, did you turn your light back on after I went upstairs and people
I don't know.
well, actually,
Maybe.
It was 12:30 at night. They have
This is
six-
delicious.
5
They
o'clock in the
normally go to
morning.
bed by 9.
5 o'clock in the morning, and magic cards spread all over the room.
No, he had them spread all over the room by the
What's your
oh, we have
username?
magic cards.
You don't need a username.
I was just
Type
throwing
in-
random cards in
What?
to make
Just
it
go to the
like,
website that's shown on the screen. I did.
Just put in
That's what I'm
anything
doing.
you want.
You typed it in with C.
See, for example,
Sorry,
Dad. For
What do I
example,
type in here?
cards will say, for example,
Give yourself a nickname and then you're in the game pin.
Oh,
Dad.
my
No,
username. I
no,
see. No, you
Dad.
typed it in wrong. You
Dad.
typed it in with a C
Yeah.
instead of a
Dad,
K.
you'll use it as a combo. For example, it's like, it says, for example, cards says,
Yeah, we gotta sort of like I
attack,
keep tapping it to keep it alive.
draw a card. Whenever you draw a card, this and that happens. So it like is a combo. And normally it's one card that you can cast at any time.
One time.
And that's like whatever that's.
That's funny.
Would like to point out that I did not assign myself the
What colors
nickname
do you know
Lori.
with like
Somebody
your
was
deck?
signing
Like,
in
you like
for
the
it.
I haven't seen Doc all night.
Oh, is that the
That was a nickname.
What do I
Is that
do?
my nickname?
Go to
I guess
the
that is my nickname
Yeah.
to you because to you my name is Mom.
You did this yesterday.
Yeah.
Here we
Here's a
go.
magic question.
Do you have some
There
favorite
you
like
go.
colors you like to play with your magic
614.
deck?
Oh, you were. Oh,
One
it's,
second.
I used to play a lot.
it's yes, it's Luca. He has a mono red goblin.
Oh.
Really good.
Luca's way into it. Luca
Oh,
had a friend's older brother introduce him in
Yeah,
first
it's-
grade.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
been playing
Yeah.
for the last 6
It's,
years, and
that's
he's only 12,
yeah,
so that's a
it's-
long time.
Yeah, I used to play in middle
Wow.
school, which was
Yeah.
probably
Really?
Wow.
You know what? I love MasterCard.
Yeah, back
Back
then
then.
was,
Chuck, are we ready to start?
I wish I had
much simpler.
I wish I hadn't given away all my
I'm ready.
cards.
All right, who's in? Who has planned?
Yeah, it would be worth it.
We're in. Peter's signing
The
in.
team.
Hang
Peter
on.
was going through some random
Jack.
By the way,
Peter, I think is still just signing in.
Yeah, he's signing in.
Peter's
So what
signing
next,
in and
Jack?
George is signing in.
Peter and
But
George.
You just wait.
I'm in.
Michelle's my middle name.
Yeah, it's a fun game.
Doesn't take it.
Oh, remember the time when we were sitting around the table, and I was like, we were talking about hockey, and like the Maple Leafs,
Oh, the game,
and Dad was there, Luca wasn't, and you were there, and like,
There you go.
they're like, Maple Leafs used to be called the St. Pat, like, what, that's a horrible name, and Dad's like, and they never say that. I'm like, about that.
I think Jared,
Is,
don't wait on us. We're ready.
Is Rachel
No, I'm
in?
just waiting on him.
I don't know. She might be
Michelle, do you see your
Vaughn
name
Dan.
on there?
Yep.
Yeah?
All right, you in?
Yep, everybody seems to be in.
All right, sounds great. Let's do
Me
this.
too.
All right,
Yeah.
All right, pay attention to the thing.
you're in for a treat.
We know it.
I'm not ready.
As you know it already
Yeah.
from doing this for several years.
Good night. Here we go. 3, 2,
I'm still
1.
loading.
Boo!
All right. First question. Passover is 4 names. Which is not one of them?
I think I hate him. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Gotta answer in time.
Oh, God.
I love the hello, my name is Passover.
It says classroom. It's like,
That's really funny.
How
Yeah.
come it's not hitting?
They've added a really cool
I
background
did.
to
You
all
did?
these little songs.
Oh, yeah.
It's not just the white background.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Well, when you make these, I
We
tell
can
you
find
that
out.
person,
Wow,
friends,
I'm
persons
shocked.
and stuff. It's
So
so
we
fun.
have
You can put
shapes
baby
in the background.
pictures in the background. You can
wow.
bring your own background.
This is
I think so.
really.
How do I do this?
Honey,
Oh my god, high five.
No, please.
Ooh.
Jack, for some
Wow.
reason it didn't.
Yeah, so we took a bit hot.
Yeah, I think it sometimes does
So
that.
we need to be speedy.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Last
got
time I'll be my lead right there.
I was like,
I gotta stop talking.
Enjoy it.
Here we
while
go.
it goes.
Okay,
All
full
right.
focus.
You gotta be up for it. It does time you too, so
It times you. Timing is key.
if you get it faster, you get more points. You know how this goes. All right, next question. What's the difference between the blessing for the matzah and the blessing for the maror, Hebrew-wise? The first word, the last word, the fourth to last words, or what difference? They're completely identical.
Oh my gosh.
Quick question,
I'm not
Green.
doing anything.
Here, click on it.
I'll have to got my, I'll have to get what's up. I just didn't watch it.
I love that one of these things is not like the other.
How is it? How is that happening?
All right, everybody. There we go.
probably gonna get bumped
I have no idea. I mean, if it is refresh.
Okay, well, it's saying to start
What's
in short,
your,
but then
what's
once you
your
start
That's so
building
He
out.
gave us the answer earlier.
What's your Wi-Fi?
He made a point of it.
Yes.
Here.
Yes, I did.
That was
Remember,
really
you gotta
fun.
pay attention because you never know what could happen.
Apparently we did. We were all listening to you attentively.
Did you notice we all listened to you?
Yeah.
Because
No idea.
there goes.
Here, I'll put it in.
Okay, hold on.
Just hold on.
These
It's so difficult.
are good names.
Warrior Rob.
bumped.
I know, well,
I
Mateo
know.
named me.
I only do that because my battery
That was
life
his
is
nickname for me, because my real name is
and so
Mama.
if it turns
Oh,
off, then
that
it's not
makes
wasting
sense.
battery.
Go ahead.
Okay, next one.
I know I didn't really
Go ahead,
adjust it for the game.
Oh, here we go. All right, try it again. All right.
Oh, that was like perfect.
All right, question 3. Are you ready?
Yes.
What is the karpas?
Oh.
Ours is
The
slower.
bitter herb, the haroset, the vegetable other than the bitter herb, or the burning jet bush?
I think it's the visual.
Second segment of separation.
What's my
Scarf.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm out of this one. I can't, oh.
No, you should do
I'm out.
Passes the green
It didn't even this time.
No, because it wasn't. That's okay.
So the salad
It's
is a
so
lot of
strange.
work.
Exactly.
Not working, but that's right.
Variable.
Hey, it still keeps running. You never know.
They have a very short
Two for business.
attention span.
One for business.
All
Oh, I
right.
took it to swing with his grass.
So far, we don't know who is
Keep
who.
touching the
This is on the
screen.
street yesterday.
All right, next question, which is, if the afikomen is hidden, who, generally speaking, is the one to find after the meal?
The Fuzz. Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo.
Oh yeah. How did I do that one?
We would have gotten away with the Apicone.
I mean,
if it
we're all
weren't for
kids,
this
so-
meddling.
We're not all dogs or the Fuzz. Who's the Fuzz?
Popo.
Cops.
Oh.
The Fuzz is a cop?
Yeah, it's a
I
big
know,
cop.
I found 900 plates. That's a
Now you know.
And I don't know 4 answers.
I'm gonna rely on you for the like.
Yeah. Cute. He's fast.
All right.
Okay,
Next
that
question.
is pretty close for first.
Yeah, it's very close.
Guess we'll
It's anyone's
find out.
game. We're on
At
question
this
number
point,
5.
we still have 21 more.
All right.
All right, here we go. How much longer does Passover last in Israel than it does in Jerusalem?
Trick question.
Don't say it.
Sorry, I was thinking about it. I gotta get back. Can actually else please do not.
I know. You're
I
out
got
of
this
it.
one wrong last
Or
year.
am I being?
Longitude and latitude is
The last time, whatever.
I think I blew it also.
genius machine. Yes.
Oh.
Oh,
Who said
wow.
one day?
Good work. Gotta be going again this year.
Who is the imposter?
You're on the street this
Who's the imposter?
Oh,
Wait,
Lori in the
Okay.
lead.
Oh, we got 2
Fire.
tied for third.
Wait. It's tied. We're tied with Homie too.
Oh, who's holding that too?
Homie. Oh, now we know who Homie too.
Who knows? Maybe one of them isn't here.
Last
Imposter.
night I was home.
Yeah. All right, let's see.
Okay, come on.
What is not part of Haroset? Fruit, ice, wine, or nuts?
What? Ice? Ice is part of
What is not part of
What if you use ice wine?
ice?
I thought I chose ice.
Just say it.
That's what I said too. I got
You
it
use
correct. I
ice?
said ice.
No, you don't use ice.
Tricky.
Okay, you gotta read the question.
Which is not.
What was that? What was the question?
What is not part of Haroset?
Yeah, I chose ice.
I chose ice.
Oh,
I chose ice.
I chose ice too. We all chose ice. We all chose ice.
Then I guess history repeats itself.
Being
There
told
is
it's
often
incorrect.
one where the question is not
This is
right.
the one.
This is the one.
Oh, we all got it wrong, so we're all screwed together, and therefore we
And our
are
answer
in a
streak is lost. Okay, now I don't.
Okay, next.
All right, next question. Let's see if we can.
There's only
maybe I can.
There's only 25 questions.
Yeah.
Oh, 25.
All right, here we go.
25 is
Oh,
wrong.
double points. Pay attention.
Oh, wow.
True or false? We dip food on Passover. You know, George, it's not too late to join in again.
I can't because I don't know the code to get back in.
Oh.
Okay, now we have the
You would kind of have to do everything right. 614177. And you put your name in, and I think got it to go. All right, here we go. At least you got that right. Good for you.
Maybe a little competitive.
He's very.
All right, next question.
You are sailing on ahead, Lori.
All right, here we go. Double points again.
Little Lori.
Where did last year's Seder take place? In here, on Zoom, in Jerusalem, or in the metaverse?
In the metaverse.
You mean this Seder?
Last year's.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of Seders last year, guy.
Our Seder.
Oh, that's
Yeah, that's why we're here.
Or wasn't it
Right
counts?
answer.
Job done, fantastic.
See, you clicked it. You just have to click harder.
Oh.
Was it in the metaverse?
It could have been.
In the metaverse.
No, there's no such thing.
Got more points than I did.
You sure about that?
Maybe in the metaverse it happened right here.
There's no metaverse.
Who knows?
What about metaverse?
Maybe we're in the Matrix. I don't
There's
know.
no metaverse.
Matrix.
That was good. Good job. 4 or 5 years away.
I love to watch
Maybe we're all
Matrix.
red pill people.
Can I please watch
Alright.
Matrix?
It's like a We did
It's a really good movie, actually.
trivia a bunch of
Yeah, I
times.
know.
I think
These
it's
photos
not
not
it's
all
not
Illinois.
super violent, right?
What?
We go
It's
away
very- it's not
every
violent, right? You can
year
probably
for
watch it
a
now.
week together, and there's this
I mean, I was
trivia
just
night
assigned
at
to
the place
watch
we
it
were,
for
and we did it, and we just
a
named it
class. Is there
anything
second
like
place.
Really inappropriate for kids?
We knew we were gonna wind up coming in second,
I
and
have
we
to get back
did.
to
Yeah, there's curses. I
you go to
know a
bed?
lot of curses.
But if you were
I'll ask
saying your
Alex.
first place,
You want
you
to
were
answer?
first place?
As long as if I didn't watch them first, you're not
I think we're
welcome.
still in second. We
Yeah.
sized up the
I
crowd.
Then I'll
only
consider you
only-
mature enough.
I looking so.
Could be horizontal.
We'll see what happens. Next question. Here we go.
Look at that.
Double points again.
No way.
What was most likely the name of the pharaoh who enslaved the Israelites?
What do you think?
Pharaoh, Ramses III, Ramses II, or Rick Scott?
It's not letting me pick one. It's just telling me that I'm on the podium. It won't give me the question.
3.
Okay.
I think I probably got it wrong.
Okay, it's either Ramsey.
Oh, lucky me.
We're in 7.
There you go.
It wouldn't let me even do this one.
Is that?
You got more points than I did.
Rick Scott, that's a great one.
Strong in the draw, bro.
You want to see him again?
Not that bad, you know.
It's telling me.
Yeah. What a great photo of him
Oh no, we
kissing
got
ass.
some lag.
All right.
It's just frozen. I think it's
We got a lag. Tap on it.
It won't let me do
Do the like swivel swallows one. You're like.
I'm doing that. It's frozen.
Maybe you gotta press harder. That's what happened with George.
No, it's
All right.
frozen. It wouldn't give me the chance to answer that question.
Well, let's see what happens this time. Next question.
Oh, here we are.
Gotta move along, Jack.
Okay.
Oh, you gotta choose more. Which Seder steps come after Maror? Choose all that apply. You have to choose more than one.
Just because we do this every year.
Where did you, oh, right, they have to submit.
You know what's the K? Or, okay.
You know what?
No, I got one.
Honey, what kind of Jew are you?
Incorrect.
After Maror.
Oh my god.
After Maror.
Yeah.
I said Baruch and your
Oh, because it's Barak.
Imagine.
Oh.
Trick question.
You gotta read it.
Let's look at trick questions. Come on.
The trick answer. Look at trick question. The trick answer.
Wow.
Imagine.
I mean, for the record, those are our two favorite colors. So,
Yeah.
or green yellow.
How's Hallel? Okay. Kafun Barak,
Yeah.
Hallel Nirzah.
Yeah,
Barak.
Barak. A vowel there. All right, here we go.
I knew that one.
In the story, how did the Israelites get from the Red Sea to Mount Sinai? In a Trojan horse, on the bus, in an Uber, or by walking?
Magic carpet.
I mean, roller skates are pretty hard in a minute, I think, too.
If only there was a fifth answer choice.
Wheels, no. Yeah, they could have put wheels.
All right. Oh, homie night.
Oh, look at that.
I would think they took
Homie night too.
thick wheels
Yeah.
like that. I don't think
I think you get points
Well,
on
yeah. Score one for the Goyim.
In the traditional version of Who Knows One, what is 11?
Oh, crap.
That's a Porsche. It's a Porsche.
Days before the old snipperoo.
Wow.
Corn for the Senate. That's
I
great.
don't know. God.
No, one is Hashem, one is Hashem. We didn't teach you that song. You're usually asleep by the time you're on that.
Yeah.
Well, we do it.
Oh, Hadasar Kochbaya.
Wait, is this wine or
God
is
damn
this?
it.
It's grape juice. Wait, wait. Mom, try
You were
this.
2 digits off.
It's grape juice and so.
Oh yeah, it is.
And if it's wine, it won't kill you.
Homie one for the Goyim.
Kochab.
All right, here we go. Double points again.
Double points.
What do we put in Elijah's cup?
Good stuff.
Wine, Goldschlager, Hennessy, or Red Bull?
I don't know what's in his cup, but unless Elijah sent a damn photo of his kit, his test, he ain't coming in.
Right?
He ain't coming in.
Yeah.
Good point.
I haven't seen it yet.
Good point.
We didn't do this up.
Not yet.
Okay.
He's COVID test from Elijah.
He must have gotten like at least 30 COVID shots.
I didn't see one. Throw him out.
Well, we know he's old enough to. He probably has all his boosters. He's probably the first guy booster.
Maybe. I don't know.
He's definitely old enough.
I think he probably get like a free like.
You want to see it?
Like because he's kind of like a celebrity, I think he kind of
It's
gets it.
amazing
Yeah.
that we don't say.
Well, still, I mean, no one's above the law. All right, here we go. Where is Mount Sinai?
Long Island.
Israel, Egypt, Canada, or Antwerp?
Antwerp.
I get that right, Long Island. There's a Mount Sinai in Long Island.
Yeah, that is true.
There's
one downtown.
Absolutely is.
And there's one in 106.
Yeah, 100 in Madison. 97, whatever it is.
Wherever, right.
Also, that
Why
is-
didn't
that
you
is-
give us that bridge?
No, there's a town of Mount Sinai.
Oh,
Yeah. But it is still in Egypt. They were still in
right.
the narrow place.
I get it.
Well,
Kinda.
the narrow place expanded, and now it's part of Egypt.
Yeah.
Egypt is actually very square.
Wow, look at how
It is.
Well, yeah.
long up there.
It is
Like all
like-
squares are
That's a
narrow.
streak of 8.
Us?
Wow,
Homie
good for
night,
you.
no,
Homie night is.
All right, you gotta
Homie
type this
night's
one.
also
Double
yeah.
I'm
points.
not gonna type in.
In what year was the last in-person Seder that we did? Type in the year. Remember I said
How
it.
do we do that?
You type it in.
Yeah, oh, I see. Okay, thank you, Jack.
See, I'm making you work.
They said it.
Ah,
He
you
said it.
said it right. Smart.
Yeah, you listen.
It won't let me synchronize. Like being smart? No, we're not.
I can't do it.
Her network is
Can
smart.
do this row. You know what? It doesn't work like that. It helps you get on the
Oh, 19 it is.
Just press down tiniest way.
Remember when I said?
Yes, I do. I
No,
actually
but
figured
Dad was
out what
doing
you
it like
said.
that, and he
Yeah,
got
Daddy's
one,
got more.
Oh, there you
one
go.
squash
Okay.
went up like that,
Oh
and
my
it was like,
gosh.
it went like,
Oh wow.
Yeah, but that's advanced.
Lori
in
is-
charge.
Oh wow.
me.
Uh-oh. Homie, what happened?
You got a challenger on me.
Ooh. Homie night used to be our rival, and then we kind of just
Wow.
okay, we're fit. Oh wait,
All right, here we go. You got a puzzle. You got to switch them around. Double points again. What is the common order in which the 4 children are presented?
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Wait, how do you switch it?
You drag them.
Oh, you drag
Yep,
him?
you gotta
Drag
drag
Oh, I
it.
just tapped him. Shit.
Drag them.
Okay, too late.
Well, I think homie night is.
Yeah, homie night's gonna win because I didn't drag.
I think.
I definitely didn't get that because I didn't drag. I
Oh,
tapped.
you're losing it?
Oh, yeah, those are the 4.
Next time you should put in parentheses, drag into place.
Yeah.
It showed them moving around on the. Anyway.
Well, it showed the
It's-
diagram.
It's okay. You'll get me on the next one.
And if I don't, I'm over it.
Imagine.
Imagine what?
Oh, look at that. Homie night 2 and Lori are neck and neck.
Yeah.
Jogging back and forth.
No, that's not very points.
Oh, double points your way up there now, Peter.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
it's like in the Tour de France. It's like
Who knows? Maybe not for long.
there's this thing like this guy.
All right, double points again. Which of the following is considered kosher for Passover?
Great photo.
There you
I
go.
don't even know what spotted dick is. I'm not sure I'd
It's a
want it.
dessert.
It's in English.
English dessert.
Yeah, it's an English like pudding
But
with like
raisins.
raisins, stuff like that.
Yeah.
You
What's
buy-
up with
you buy
the
these-
With raisins that are kosher for
Is it sweet or
Passover.
savory?
Sweet.
Sweet.
Yeah.
It's sweet. It's a sweet pudding.
I kind of want that now.
Pudding.
Wow. We'll make you some.
I'm gonna wait for you.
I want to see are we
Clearly,
free
you're walking away.
Lori,
take
What?
you don't
Clearly,
need
you're
any
walking
teeth
away
to
from
eat
the.
You don't need ATT.
I know.
Yeah.
That makes
But
sense.
that's okay. Just
Just
You know,
gut.
every bit I've ever heard calls
gut.
all
You don't
dessert.
know when the next question
Oh,
is.
okay.
It's all
Pudding
pudding.
course.
Pudding is
Here I
pudding.
I don't know why they just
Okay,
do
baby.
that.
Because
I
historically,
know.
I'm ready.
I know
you know,
it.
Peter was saying that
I know.
pregnant women
Ready.
have terrible teeth, so they have to have soft dessert.
I know.
Oh yeah. All right. Next question. Who was Yocheved?
I'm gonna
I don't know.
Moses' wife, mother, lawyer, or favorite 7-Eleven manager?
Nice
7-Eleven.
photo.
That one I don't remember.
Well, it's one of those. At least I didn't make you type it in.
Well, I'm incorrect.
Oh, did you say it was?
No,
So it wasn't the 7-Eleven manager?
Me sad.
Yeah, just look. You'll barely see her.
Is it a 7-Eleven?
Ah.
She's out on a smoke break.
Hard work.
Yep, that's.
You
I'm
know,
guessing that's
We found her, okay.
it. All right.
That is. Oh,
Okay.
God, shoot him up there.
Guess we'll see what happens this
Oh,
time.
come on.
All right. Get this. The world's largest matzo ball weighed 488 pounds and measured just over 8.5 feet in diameter. Can you believe that?
8.5. Did anyone actually?
And it was paired with the largest chicken.
No, they fed people. They made a
like,
ton of soup.
Yeah.
No, that was in
Well, get
soup.
this.
They
Where was that? Where did that happen?
That had to be in Jerusalem.
No chance.
I'm disconnected.
Oh,
It's like
let me
lost.
play. Okay.
What's Tucson?
Oh, that's Tucson. It's in Arizona.
It's in Arizona.
Oh,
That's where I went to school.
Arizona.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's cold at night though.
I know. Cold at night.
Oh, where was it?
Tucson.
Tucson.
Yes,
See,
it was.
he tricks you into thinking that's the type of thing Jack would add to be funny.
Funny, ha ha.
Basketball making.
I only know
Was that a
Phoenix,
sing
and then I know Phoenix, and then
Nobody
all
said
the
New
rest
York.
is just like a Sahara desert.
Maybe we figured out New York was there.
Well, yeah.
Or no, not sand, not sand,
So it wouldn't surprise me.
like whatchamacallit, like a rocky desert.
Oh.
It's
All
Phoenix, and
Yeah,
then
something
the
like
rest
that.
is
All
rocky.
right, here we go. Double points again. While singing Dayenu, how do Persian Jews traditionally beat each other to mimic the lashings received by the slaves?
Oh, I know this.
You do?
Wait, is it
Look
leaks
at
or
the
snow?
picture.
Wait
Will
a minute.
Smith style.
Oh, wait, no, I got that
Oh,
wrong.
it's a dead giveaway. It's a giveaway. The picture's a giveaway.
Wait, no, did I? No, I got it wrong. Dang.
Got it wrong too.
And
Honey,
I
look
saw
at the
this
picture. It had a
thing
leak in his hand.
What?
Will Smith had a leak in his hand.
Oh,
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
This is going.
It's Ghanaian?
Yeah.
Will Smith.
What's
Yeah,
it
the
leak
news
made?
media read
It's
the
too big to
news
be
media was
Scallion.
wrong.
Oh, it's disproportionate.
This is what actually
Oh, it's
happened.
Scallion, because it's tubular. The tops are tubular, leaks are not. They're
That's
fine.
perfect. That is
Oh,
so
God,
funny,
Jack.
Jack.
Why didn't you tell me that before I
Will Smith just beat the Adam. Oh.
I don't know, too soon?
I'm getting a winky.
Oh, I'm totally getting.
Oh, I called it! I called it! I called it! I called it! Are we free yet? We'll ride. I called it.
Last one.
I called it.
And maybe you shall. Here we go. Next question. What other holiday coincided with the first night of Passover this year? Good Friday, Black Friday, Easter. Oh, there we go.
Pandemonium Day.
That's an
Is
actual
a thing.
It is?
That's an actual thing on July 14th.
Pandemonium
Bastille
Day.
Day.
And your alternate site parking is still in effect.
July 14th, Bastille Day?
July 14th is Bastille Day is also apparently Pandemonium Day.
What is pandemonium?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Some guy was like,
It does exist though.
some guy had a really like crappy day and was like, you know, screw it.
Yeah, kinda.
Sure, why not?
Bedlam ensued.
All right, here we go. Let's see if you can get this one right.
Okay.
Another puzzle, drag it in order like the thing shows.
Here we go.
Put the following lines in the order in which they were recited in the verse, starting with "Then came
In
the
which they were
butcher."
recited. The order in which they were recited in that verse.
You got a minute. Take advantage of it, or not.
Beat the dog. Beat the dog that killed the ox and quenched the fire.
In which they were saying.
Oh wait, oh.
The last one.
I think you. Oh wait, did you? Oh, was that?
It goes first last?
I think it's.
In the song.
Yeah.
It's they don't go. They're not necessarily following each other perfectly.
You gotta put them in
Yeah,
order.
they're not.
You got to put them in order.
Right.
In the right order.
Yeah. Starting from the first to last, or last to first.
Yeah.
Starting with "Then came the butcher."
That blah blah blah. That blah blah blah.
Oh, and oh, so was
With
that
gaps in between blah blah blahs.
that beat
I don't think
the
they-
dog?
Green,
that
green,
quenched-
blue, yellow, red.
They don't follow. They're not contiguous.
They're not contiguous. That's right.
Wait, be confused. How does that make it? So the butcher that killed the ox. I should not be. I mean,
They're not an actual order.
Oh, on one person, it's.
Oh wow.
Is it? Is it? Oh my God! Is it gonna happen? Is it gonna happen? Did I call it? Did I call it? Oh my
Well,
God!
I guess we'll find out.
I called it.
You did.
I called it.
Nice.
Indeed you did.
Good job.
Let's see how long that will last.
All right.
Here we go. What is not on our Seder plate tonight?
But will it be?
Luca, I know where I
Who
said I know
knows?
where the Afikoman is, so Luca's just gonna follow me, and then when he sees he's gonna tackle me.
Luke is sleeping through the
I've
other
had
one.
this
You're on your
crash
own.
with
No,
Seder.
it's like you don't have any competition.
No, you have not met his mom and his dad. We are fighting to the death for him.
Dad and I. Dad wants his candy.
Python picture.
Dad wants his
No,
candy.
Alright. 2 more to go. Anyone's game now, I think. Although I have no idea.
Impressive.
Alright. Double points again. On the Israel side of the Egypt-Israel border, Passover starts on which day of which month on the Jewish calendar?
Okay.
I don't know this one, so you pick whatever your favorite color is. Did you get it right? This is why you should just take the phone.
Nice job,
You know what you're
Luke.
doing.
Look, you're doing a victory dance.
Is it too soon?
No,
We're back up. We're not even back up.
Oh, we got one more.
We're
Okey dokes, here we go. And finally, the phrase that is commonly recited at the very end of the Seder is next year what?
Oh, I know.
Mar-a-Lago.
In Israel, in Havana. Oh, wow, that was quick.
We'll be doing the same thing again.
Every single time. Is it ever next time in Jerusalem?
That's adorable.
Well, you know, next time in Jerusalem.
That's true, actually.
Oh,
That was great.
Alright, who won?
According to Scripture, when all the Jews turn to go to Jerusalem, and they're in Jerusalem, beginning of the end of the world.
Huh?
Bona, is that you, number one?
According to the Bible, when
He
all the
always
Jews
wins.
go
Bona always
end up in Jerusalem,
I don't want to
that's the beginning of the end of the world.
He always wants me to play.
Wasn't that like the 2000? Because the ancient Mayans, they had their bead cords and it stopped in all of them stopped in 2000. So I thought that'd be the end of the world.
Are you still?
That's what they thought?
What?
Or was
you
it
are
2012?
in the very first line in what do you call it? What's the last book of the Bible?
Revelations.
Revelation. When the Jews were coming to Zion, the army gathers on both shores.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the beginning of the end.
At least that place.
Oh, perfect.
Why do you guys want to go to Jerusalem next year? I don't know.
I know,
Why?
right?
I don't know.
I think you're safe.
It's a plunder.
Yeah, I don't think that there's enough Jews to fit in Jerusalem.
When you do Seder in
I
Jerusalem,
know.
do you say next year in
Jews
Jerusalem?
kind of just want to
Say next year, here we are. Next year, right here.
Back here.
Yeah.
Same Seder place.
Right here.
Same Seder time.
Right here.
Middle East,
We should go there just for the next Seder.
lots of Europe, Ethiopia.
Just so you can't say that?
Ethiopian.
So just
Oh, yeah.
You'll still say it next year in Jerusalem. Even though you're here, you still say this, next year in
The
Jerusalem.
general bites the dust.
Another general? Another general.
Siberia.
We still don't have that luxury yet.
Okay,
Full
I
of
didn't decent enough.
good riddance.
I like.
Alright. Good for you.
Yeah.
For everybody. Good for everybody.
You got
Makes 8.
Oh, yes.
You actually have a
Oh my
t-shirt
God,
to
you
give.
read my mind.
So, hang on. We're going to be right back with plates.
I found the Afikoman and I got with this shirt. The Nazi t-shirt. That's funny. I like that. That's like how high I got. I get close and like smiling like, oh, this is exactly what I wanted. No, I wanted darker souls.
Oh yeah.
No, I wanted dark souls. Thank you.
And then where did the garlands go?
We're going to be putting them on the table.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, supposedly they get bogged down and then generals like, what's going on? I better go up front, see what's going on. Boom.
Wait, what?
It's
Training general?
Pat Sajak.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's the,
Dad, look. Be a smart boy.
He's the Wheel of Fortune guy.
Is that's like the most dangerous
No,
job in the
no,
world right
no.
now?
Yeah, yes, Wheel of Fortune.
Is that the most dangerous job in the world right now, Russian general?
No, I think it's still crab fisherman, but close second.
Close second.
Ice road truckers. But apparently, the whole, the idea of corruption as a sort of a way of life.
I've always found it.
So they're not operating at where they expect it to be, but maybe, some of these military commanders are requesting funds and not using all of it. And now you have armored personnel vehicles breaking down.
Repeat of everything else we did.
So that's plausible. I don't know. I heard one of the, like Petraeus or somebody, one of those guys,
Me a smart boy.
is chalking it up to that sort of thing.
Well.
Work as hard as you can. Even harder. We try to do it. You never know.
Which is why every year, or every, the other Seder that I do.
Want me to move down a bit?
Call up Putin and tell him just cut it out and we'll give you your vodka back.
Pretty much a repeat of last year's.
That's it. Reasonable.
And then the family will hold
So, Roy was there last night?
He was, we went to the beginning part.
Oh, is that what you were doing up there? You had my phone the whole time?
Oh, I wasn't looking and I almost lost.
You must have back channels into
I lost.
senior Russian military.
No, I thought I was
You're not going to let him use nuclear weapons, right? Somewhere between him giving the order and the guys who actually, you guys are going to intervene.
That's kind of what we were counting on over here for the last 4 years, but I have no idea how it works over there.
The more desperate he gets, the more likely it gets. Whether he's going to actually use the nuclear weapons that end the universe?
No.
Forms of nuclear weapons that give it genocide with a big G instead of a little g.
As soon as he uses one, we're forced to use one.
The bus is still
Well,
you don't use just one.
No, you don't use just one. You let them rip.
And what they're saying is that when they talk about the difference between the U.S. military doctrine and Russian military doctrine is that we consider it a big no-no to even use tactical, whereas they just see it as just another, something in the cupboard.
Another tool in the box.
Yeah.
I walked over because it was so pretty walking.
You're not probably.
All the tourists.
But so you have to talk. If we're going to ask the question, then you have to know what you have to say. Okay, well, what specifically did they do? If they used a small tactical nuclear warhead, you can't visually differentiate between, one of those just by looking at it before it's been exploded. They all pretty much look the same. It's just that the explosion is going to be a lot smaller, and the question is...
I mean, it is...
when you see the explosion, do you automatically have to...
She kind of needs that support.
do you just see a nuclear explosion and then have to respond, time is of the essence?
No.
Or can you tell that it was a tactical...
No, if they're pointed in our direction.
Well, no, if they're pointing in our direction, they're ICBMs.
Right.
That much...
Right.
That much we
You're talking battlefield, you lob one into you.
Yeah, and so he's not going to do an ICBM at us. It's going to be something small in Ukraine, because they keep saying that they think it's okay. It's in Russian military doctrine, it's okay, whereas we don't, they do. That's what I hear on MSNBC and all that stuff.
Oh, look at the squirrel. Oh, look at the dog.
I was listening to,
It's not that I'm saying,
I accidentally ended up on a public, one of those public address TV channels where like lectures from universities and various meetings take place, and there was a couple experts,
she's responding.
various,
Oh, thank you. It's not like...
Are you talking YouTube? YouTube now?
No, it's just one of the public service channels. They would have public meetings and stuff on a cable channel, but it had two people who were basically from the,
Well, yeah. I mean, she loves it.
Council on Foreign Relations, and one person who was from the International something group about. These are foreign policy experts, okay? Foreign policy experts who are non-governmental, but are policy analysts at a global level. And they were talking about what's really going on. And in terms of negotiations.
Is this like a recent,
like the day before yesterday.
Okay.
And they were like, they were just interpreting what's actually happening versus what you would hear on MSNBC, which is, obviously like, rah-rah.
Yeah, it's skewed, sure.
And,
it's not skewed
Alright, so
ridiculously, but it's skewed.
We have to find an afikomen if Mateo's into it.
I'm just saying comparatively to the right.
Oh, he's already looking for it?
You're not hearing what the real diplomatic ends of the U.S. government.
No, I also believe it's skewed. I think that what's going to drive ratings is the kind of thing that scares people.
And also they have an agenda, right? Which is
they have an agenda, but
to sell what's going on with this administration to the public, which needs to be
right. As long as they're also achieving their other agenda, which is selling clicks,
Right, but their audience is one that's going to click on.
I mean, they know who their audience is.
Well, yeah, of course. Okay, so anyways,
But my point is that they were like giving analysis of what's actually happening
While you talk, do you want to start passing out desserts? And does anybody want tea or coffee?
I could do coffee.
Coffee is half calf, half decaf.
Oh, there is that.
If it's a half calf, I could do that.
But we were basically saying that what you're not hearing about
Single or
is the
double?
level of, there's some high-level diplomatic conversations happening. And everybody is working really hard on international diplomatic level
Single or double?
to end this,
Espresso
but it's
or
really
Americano?
tough serving anybody to report on it that way, that, how much they have their own military objectives.
I don't know. Richard Haas was on. What?
May I serve people?
So there's, all of these sort of like getting the public on board with a certain amount of
If there is another
passion and outrage and all that, and then there's
I opened this in a
conversation behind the scenes, which is what trying to diffuse and diffuse. And it's a really interesting idea because they're the people who are typically consulted or in the room. And so, and they're just trying to explain how important it is on their end. They're just trying to end hostility.
I understand, but
How do you take
it's just a massive grain of salt. It doesn't matter what type of negotiations are taking place. You have basically a very small group running things over there. And if you could say one guy, but in reality it's more than one guy, but still very small group. So ultimately, I tend to believe people who say that the types of negotiations that they believe in, meaning Putin, is negotiation on the battlefield. It's like the war itself is part of the negotiations. If they achieve military objectives, their negotiation position becomes stronger, essentially not separating the war and the fighting itself from
I was just making a
negotiating.
distinction between the negotiations, which are absolutely determined often by what's happening on the ground, but also the spin. So, for example, they were saying that it's actually really harmful for the press to be sort of. I know, Karen, I think we have more than enough. Are you
I'm actually good. I'm kind of full. Thank you.
I think Peter's going to be here. That's what Peter. I'm trying to remember the example they said.
No, what you're saying
For
makes
example,
perfect
like
sense.
what they were saying, it's really important that the Biden administration and the press. They have a delicate line to trot, but it's like it's really reassuring to Americans to share stories about how Putin's getting his ass. But
So we could just
the,
take out a candy because it's like 2 hours gotta get
the
here.
level,
Okay.
the
And so
highest
I'm not really
analysis level,
Is that yours?
it's irrelevant because that's not going to stop the water from getting back. And then what's actually relevant is to pay attention to for example,
Well, if you look at what happened in World War II in Finland, they went in to Finland, they got crushed by the Finns, even though the Finns were highly outnumbered. And what they did was they just regrouped, sent in a ton more troops, and ultimately achieved, they didn't really achieve what they wanted. They ended up only about getting about 10% of Finland, essentially. And now Finland is...
That's what they didn't check here too. They got their butts handed to them. They
It's
went
amazing
out,
what
they came
Finland's
back.
doing. They built a whole like underground network now. They've, you know, amusement parks underground, swimming pools underground. I mean,
There's
it's
little
crazy.
signs that diplomacy and that things, for example, Putin's people, whoever's negotiating on behalf, said, we're going to remove some troops from Kiev, from Kiev. And they did. But it wasn't reported that he was following up on and doing, he wasn't promising to end hostilities, he was promising to remove a certain percentage of troops, and he did. And the thing is, none of that gets reported on. All that gets reported on is
Totally got reported on.
that he's not,
No,
that he's still fighting.
It totally got reported on.
What the pulling out of the troops? Yeah, they made a big deal out of it.
Okay, so maybe I'm confusing the example. The point is that we're using absolutist terms.
Okay.
If you know that Putin losing or pulling out is the benchmark for
No, I think everybody's been clear. He's losing battles. I don't say he's lost the war yet.
No,
he's losing
losing
battles.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Some fruit tart, anybody?
Sure.
This is better than fruit tart. You know the ice place in
That's your plate.
in Detroit?
You got it.
You know the ice
Brian,
cream?
I'll give
They have this special thing where they have the gumball machine and they have a list of candies and a color. And so if you get that color on that day,
yeah,
you get an extra.
Oh my God, that happens.
Charlie got
Comes down the thing?
Charlie got on do when we went to do it on Sunday. The one where you do it like oh wait,
That looks good though.
A little bit?
Yeah, maybe just a tiny bit. Thank you.
A little bit.
That looks really good.
Yeah, it does look good. Well, I got the first two.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh my God, did you already find the after phone?
He did.
You did?
I thought it was over there because I saw a road going.
Yeah, he's
like,
very clever.
So are
He
we
was
giving,
on it.
do we need to give a prize?
I'm gonna give him a prize.
No, I can.
No, it's no. I get 3 pieces of that.
Brand new car?
Good, good.
No, the T-shirt.
I might need to give him the
Oh, the
prize on the
t-shirt.
weekend. Because that's
I thought the T-shirt was a.
Oh, bro, I can also just hook him up with the prize that I already
I
want.
have what he wants.
What?
Very clear what he wants, and it's all taken care of. He wants 3 pieces of candy in the car. Simple.
All right, well, there you go.
I already have the
What?
one in the.
3 pieces of candy.
That's it?
Yeah, because I had the bag, and I'm like, so I say.
You should hold out.
The winner of the
It's all about the negotiation. It's all about. No, that's what they say. It's all about negotiation.
Oh, like these lemon ones, like the
You're
not
right.
lemon, like strawberry with glue on the inside.
Yeah.
Those are good.
That's what they
Not
say.
the hard candy with glue on the inside.
All right. Is anybody on the other end need chocolate stuff?
It's really not
You need some chocolate stuff. Okay. Here we go. Sorry.
That's very funny, that slide. Jack, I love it. Found the after phone and all I got was this lousy t-shirt.
No,
Look how that fixed me.
I like the type you use.
The funny thing is, last night Brian might have your
What for
plate.
that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I thought you. Oh, I see. It's Jack.
I was actually doing so good.
Wrong guy.
I love all that bread. I don't deserve.
Different dialect.
Last night when
Yeah.
Melanie's boys found it, turns out that's what they want as their prize. I'm like, okay.
I actually like that.
Yeah, it's funny.
We should print that
It's kind
out.
of cool.
Yes.
It's a
Wasn't there that like t-shirt design thing that they when we went to see in Atlanta, t-shirt design.
Well, it's right when we went,
the-
Carrie made her own t-shirt.
Yeah,
She's
to
a
like
crafty person. She has like 3D printers.
LGBTQ plus kind.
Right, we went to Gay Pride and she made a beautiful t-shirt. But that morning, my
I was like,
a
I was like,
she does all these.
you want an American
I think
flag?
Putin is just
Oh, you would
overcompensating
like her.
for something.
And you guys comparing notes on
I
stuff.
mean,
She does it for
Putin
fun.
sounds like Russian for micro penis.
I think so.
Am I wrong?
I think you're right. I think you're right.
No.
You little Putin.
Whereas Zelensky, well, maybe not so
Have
much.
you watched his show? Have
He's
you
a
guys
massive
watched
Zelensky.
that?
No, but you talking about the dancing
It's horrible.
I love it how they call him
Totally
like,
enjoyable.
oh, he's a comedian actor.
It really is
He
about
also has a law
corruption,
degree.
and that's what's so great about it.
Yeah.
You see, I mean,
It's like the amount of people that know he's an actor, the amount of people that know. I literally only just knew him.
he is so precise and perceptive. And where was this 3 years ago when he did it? Or
And somebody
I think it was more than
Did
that.
you see
I
the
think it was
Dancing
like-
of the Stars? That guy's really
Oh,
talented.
yeah.
Guys, your
Really good.
partners,
Really, I mean,
you know, your partners all have a serious question with Zelensky, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Zelensky, I saw a babysitter showed us a thing. It was
he's really,
Zelensky before the war, and then
really seems like a
Zelensky 50 days in, and he looks like he's
Uber-talented
aged 10 years.
Yeah, well,
It's crazy.
think about it.
And
Think about what
just
he's going through. War will be
Yeah,
anybody.
yeah.
He has to be a leader
10
every
years.
day. Every day he has to show up and
Every second he is doing something.
I hope he was able to
and he has
get
to operate at the highest level. He
Best
can't let his
boxer in the
stress
world.
get to
Say
him.
that
He
right
can't
in your
throw
mouth?
his
I said I hope he was able to have his
I'm
shit.
tired. Yes.
What's that?
Lomachenko, pound, best fighter in the
He's
world.
inspired, right?
Yeah.
So I think he's just fight Russians. That's how I think he
it
should do it.
really is amazing when you think.
Stand your ground.
I think a bunch of boxing matches in like 10 different weight classes between the Russians and the Ukrainians should like determine the end of it.
Yeah, 10 and 0.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Lomo's a win.
Yeah.
That's right. You know, just put get the two brothers from Ukraine.
I watched them warming up before one of his fights. The guy's just
You want a page?
It's like it's like oh, you thought he'd go for one,
Got
but
those
no, I'm not that.
Klitschko brothers. That's it. Just let.
yeah, they're terrible fighters.
Really?
Oh god,
All right.
it's so boring. They were
But
like
they've got a
typical
couple
European
MMA
fighters.
guys too, right?
They're typical, like, boring. I actually tweeted something. I was like, I wasn't a big fan of the Klitschko boxing, but
Okay.
I'm a fan of the Klitschko fighters.
Okay.
But they had very, they were a chance, but boring. So.
Yeah. Oh, we're not gonna do the rest of it?
I think we should just stick to the drinking songs.
Oh yeah.
They're big.
I mean, I think.
Yeah, it's like.
Sorry, because I didn't know if that
Well,
was.
didn't Elon Musk challenge Vladimir Putin?
Yes, that was hilarious. Like,
No, I think.
moral.
That would be the least entertaining fight.
He was right there.
Oh, cheeky. No, Putin.
Baby dog, what
The
happened?
wrong
Baby
is
dog?
that Putin was because he was like KKK.
Yeah, that's why.
Come here, Tiki.
What happened?
I don't know what happened.
Jack started to move his chair back, and
It's
Tiki
okay,
got.
baby. You're okay. Tiki, come here.
Actually,
She's here. She's
Good
here.
girl.
I've been there. We've all been there.
She okay?
Then we feel super bad, especially when there's a lot of people.
She was
Like,
startled.
you feel really
She
bad.
didn't
Like,
get stepped on.
She just got startled.
She just got startled because he moved his chair and she was
oh,
lying.
so it
Hey girl.
She didn't get hurt.
Over here, baby girl.
Thank goodness for the
She's
short
here.
attention
She's
span. She'll
over
get
here.
over it.
Tails wag.
yeah.
She's already over it. She's okay.
Yeah, the one time was really
Yes,
good.
your boobs
Her
were.
tail's going.
You're gonna sleep so well tonight.
Oh, just
Bad.
sorry.
And Doc is standing there
And wash
waiting.
your cheeks.
You love your bed. Don't love your bed. What's wrong with that?
I didn't look at this
You don't want
smile.
to sleep in?
I just can't.
So, ready to finish up?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
Finish up.
What is
Here,
this
I'm gonna
about?
skip forward.
Yeah, a little bit.
Maybe the.
Alrighty.
I think it's too fucking. Maybe the mattress is this one. I don't know. Well, yeah, I feel like
It's not gonna.
Yeah.
that's a thing. No, that's fine.
Because you seem comfy when I left you.
Table, so maybe I'll just.
It's some people it's
Anybody
cool,
be
but that's
offended if I
it's
blow
like
it out?
Hey, what's the phone you were in last night? Here was.
71
Um,
He said he couldn't.
Yes, please.
Sleep him on his bed.
Yeah.
That's okay.
There you go.
I didn't realize it.
Yeah,
Thank
the
you
sun.
so much.
Ooh, the sun. The sun was.
Yeah, the heat's probably not good for the
Okay.
I've never seen anybody eat ice like this.
I'm built different.
He's drilling.
Yeah. I drill a hole down, and then once I get to that like good part down there,
Right?
you know what I'm saying?
All right.
Yeah, like
It's
down.
more syrupy down there.
Yeah, it's way better. It's
Yeah.
like crunch. Like this is like crunch. That's like crunch.
All right. Take it away.
Okay, so
Let me know when the table is there.
we're gonna skip through like the whatever.
Rob, you know how we end this war? We cozy up to
Baraf
China.
and Halal.
Again?
We
Yeah.
cozy up to China. That's how we end this war.
Yeah, Rob, I don't know how much.
That's why we're finishing.
So
Is it
don't keep
possible?
jumping all the way
Yeah.
in.
Is it really
We're
possible?
cheating.
No.
Yeah.
Because
So we're
this,
gonna
this
jump
would be the
forward.
time
It should be
to,
already.
Jack is trying to
we should
top
be
it.
using this to try to do that.
When
Yeah,
when the
should not just
tambourine
let
people
China
say, how
be
was
the
it? Just go, we went full blast.
They're trying to sit on the
I
fence.
should have given Putin a message.
I think Jack's trying to.
Yeah, I think I was
guys.
just trying to get the Seder going again.
Okay.
We're gonna just do the
All right.
different songs at the end.
Yeah, we kind of know what we're doing.
Okay, everybody.
All right, so how's everyone want to do it? Or is
Well,
And I'm the new.
we all do one.
I'd like to know how good my.
we all do one, and we take individual numbers from there. How many do we have?
So
We have 11.
bring it up.
Should we go around the table that way?
Just offering.
Well,
to
we
let
all
them-
do one and then we do.
We all do one, and we all do 13, so it's kind of perfect, right?
Yeah.
How good is
Okay.
my stuff?
All right. So after we all, and
After
all
we
we
all
do
do
is,
one, I'll see like whoever
Let's
wants
go.
to start.
no, let's just go around
And
the.
what are, when you say let's go, we just
If it
read,
is
you
better.
read what's on the screen?
So what happens? Yeah, we'll all do one. Who knows one? I know one. One is
Markets.
a plant that we need to keep safe. And then what happens is that whoever does number 2 reads, says, you know, we all say,
Yeah.
who knows 2, and then that person says, I know 2.
I think I was the one.
2 is the whatever.
Okay, well, why
But
don't
then
we
when you
start?
go to 3, number 3 does number 3, but then the person who did number 2 does number 2, and then we all
Right,
do
no,
number
I
Yeah,
get it.
we know.
No,
how-
it's
we
fine
know
for
how
Brian.
Which way we're starting with Brian?
does.
Going this way or we're
Or
going?
does somebody else want to
I'll
start?
figure it out.
Okay.
All right, so here we go.
I'm just
Who knows one?
I know.
I know
one.
One is our planet which we need to keep safe.
Who knows two, Rona?
What? I know 2. 2 are the satyrs.
And
one is our planet which we need to keep safe.
Who knows 3, Rob?
I know 3.
Just do something.
You know 3.
Yeah.
I know 3. 3 are the amigos.
2 are the satyrs.
Two are the
One is
satyrs.
our planet which we need to keep safe.
Who knows 4?
Peter.
I know 4. 4 are the Beatles.
Oh, not in this.
That's good.
Oh, 3 are the amigos.
2 are the satyrs.
And
One is our planet which we need to keep safe.
Who knows 5?
Peter.
I know 5. 5 are the letters of Wordle.
4 are the Beatles.
3 are the amigos.
2 are the satyrs.
And
One
one
is our planet which we need to keep safe.
Who knows 6?
I know 6. 6 are the degrees of Kevin Bacon.
5 are the letters of Wordle.
4 are the Beatles.
3 are the amigos.
2 are the satyrs.
And
And
one
one is our planet which we need to keep safe.
Who knows 7?
I know 7. 7 is the years of the 7 years war.
6 are the degrees of Kevin Bacon.
Well done.
5 are the letters of Wordle.
4 are the Beatles.
3 are the amigos.
2 are the satyrs.
And
One is our planet which we need to keep safe.
Who knows 8?
I know 8. 8 is not the letter B.
The 7 are the 7 years of the 7 years war.
6 are the degrees of Kevin Bacon.
5 are the letters of Wordle.
4 are the Beatles.
Honestly, I got a few questions.
2 are the satyrs.
And
One is our planet which we need to keep
Not a fan of
safe.
Wordle.
Who knows 9?
I know 9. 9 is saved by a stitch in time.
8 is not the letter B.
7 are the years of the 7 years war.
6 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
5 are the letters of Wordle.
4 are the Beatles.
3 are the amigos.
2 are the satyrs.
And
one is our planet which we need to keep safe. Who knows?
Come on.
Oh.
Who knows 10?
I know 10. 10 better be the items in your cart, buddy.
Because there's a 10 number there, John, right?
Yeah.
Oh! It's saved by a stitch in time.
8 is not the letter B.
7 are the years of the 7 years war.
6 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
5 are the letters of Wordle.
4 are the Beatles.
Amigos.
Satyrs.
And
One is our planet which we need to keep safe.
Who knows 11? I know 11. 11 is what my aunt goes to.
10 better be the items in your cart, buddy.
9 is saved by a stitch in time.
8 is not the letter B.
7 are the years of the 7 years war.
6 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
Wordle.
4 are the Beatles.
3 are the amigos.
2 are the satyrs.
And
One is our planet which we need to keep safe.
Who knows 12?
I know 12. 12 is what it's cheaper by. Is it cheaper by?
11 is what my aunt goes to.
10 better be the items in your cart, buddy.
9 is saved by a stitch in time.
8 is not the letter B.
7 are the years of the 7 years war.
Kevin Bacon.
5 are the letters.
4 are the Beatles.
3 amigos.
2 satyrs.
And 1 is our planet which we need to keep safe.
Let's all
Who
do
knows
it.
13? All of us.
We know 13.
13 is almost never a 4.
12 is what it's cheaper by.
11 is what my amp goes to.
How many items are in that cart, buddy?
9 is 8 by stitch and tie.
8 is not the letter B.
700 years and 7 years old.
Kid and bacon.
700 years old.
5 of the letters.
4 are the Beatles.
You're not interested in expediting. So, amigos.
That one was like half.
And
1 is
a
our
pen.
Oh, wait.
And 1?
Oh,
Beautiful.
Alright, how good you?
yeah.
You know how this one goes.
Yep.
Remember your quiz on it just earlier.
Haggadah, that Father bought for 2 Zuzim. Haggadah, Haggadah. Came the cat who ate the kid that Father bought for 2 Zuzim. Haggadah. Then came the dog who bit the cat who ate the kid. We'll get there.
It's bad on so many different levels. Not being that I could get very specific.
Then came the stick that beat the dog who bit the cat who ate the kid that Father bought for 2 Zuzim. Then came the fire that burned the stick that beat the dog who bit the cat who ate the kid that Father bought for 2 Zuzim. Then came the water that quenched the fire that burned the stick that beat the dog who bit the cat who ate the kid that Father bought for 2 Zuzim. Then came the ox that drank the water that quenched the fire that burned the stick that beat the dog who bit the cat who ate the kid that Father bought for 2 Zuzim. Then came the bush that slaughtered the ox that drank the water that quenched the fire that burned the stick that beat the dog who bit the cat who ate the kid that Father bought for 2 Zuzim. Then came the coronavirus that took the stars, the ox that burned the stick that dog who bit the cat who ate the Father bought for 2 Zuzim. Then came the vaccines that stem the coronavirus that killed the bushes as the arm of the eye, the warrior, the water, the fire, the stick that beat the dog, the cat who ate the Father bought for 2 Zuzim.
This one, I mean, everyone is amazing. Every single time it's amazing.
That really
And
The
first time ever, this one made it all the way to the end.
That's it. Wow.
You did it. Take a bow, Mateo.
Take a bow now.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, definitely. Take a bow.
Around. My friend
Around
told me
this
this.
one for that.
Yeah. My friend
Yeah, how is
told me
it that you're still awake? Aren't you tired? No?
It has to be.
No?
Yeah.
He's not sleeping.
Yeah, I'm not.
You don't need that.
He doesn't sleep and then he sleeps like the day, like Mrs. Days of school. His sleep is very
Just
disordered.
so lucky I can't miss anything.
You know what? I much prefer the other one.
This school is so freaking like no.
I
it's
wish
like,
I did.
No, I'm like waiting for my freaking piano lesson on Tuesday, which I hate so much.
How much? How much?
45 minutes of suffering. And so
Oh, it's only 45.
Could be worse.
Yeah.
it's like an hour.
Is it so good for everybody else though, or do you play it beautifully?
I'm.
Alright, turn the light off.
I know one song that's like.
So he just
yeah.
sings.
So I don't know like actually I know like.
We think a little suffering is good for.
If you're still here, thank you so much for joining. I'm going to end the live stream
I wish
now.
I knew how to
Great
play.
night and happy Passover.
How did you have me
Happy
go?
I gotta find the
Passover,
like I gotta find the lamp.